Welcome, everyone, to the Human Performance Lab. My name is Tony, and we are going to do some replay this afternoon. So, today in the markets, let's just get into it for a second, all right? Because it seems like there's some individuals out there in the world that had kind of a difficult day with the markets today, all right? And so, let's just start with today. So first and foremost, let's get into the 30-minute chart, all right? Before we even go into the daily, before we do anything else, let's just get into the 30-minute chart. We gapped up in the overnights. We came back up into value area high, rejected from value area high, and immediately started to trade down. By 9:30, we had already closed below value area low. We filled the gap all in 1 hour. In 1 hour, from 8:30 to 9:30, we filled the gap. The market was extremely bearish this morning. All right. We come into what would have been unfair highs. As we're coming through those, right, we have an area right above us around the 282 area that we could find some possible support in. We have the unfair lows right below that as well, where we could find some possible buying coming into the market. And then what do? We come straight down and we come through it, right? I took along this morning. I took along this morning from off this area. I took one contract on a micro on the long. When we broke, because I knew I was fading the trend. If the market was going to go up, it was going to go up quite a bit, and one micro would be worthwhile for a position. Because if we're going to come up from this area, we're probably going to come back up to VPOC. And if VPOC's at 637 and I'm getting in around 282, that's a nice little move. Even if I was only to get 300 points of that, to be a nice little move. Okay, on just a single micro, right? But it got stopped out because price action just came down. But then I took a position in here for a short and wrote it down to quite a ways. And I took that short on 4 contracts. Why? Because of delta in the market? No. Because my areas, the daily chart, all the information that I had this morning telling us the possibility of a down market, especially those first 2 30-minute bars, all right? And so be very careful in these markets when they're moving directionally. Try to stay in the direction. Even I took along this morning. Okay? Here I am talking about direction. I took along, but on one micro out of one area, and then went through that area immediately, and I reversed position and got into a heavier contract size. Ended up the morning up $1,500. So make sure you have your areas. Make sure you're trading around your areas. Make sure that you're watching your higher time frame charts. They're going to be kind of a guide in the context of directional market, right? And then when the 30-minute breaks out of the current range, okay, anticipate possible continuation. And what happened as soon as we turned around and broke out of the range? What did we do? I always talk about this, market shift bars. Why are market shift bars important? Because market shift bars can tell us we can move sideways, we can move back into prior value, or we can trend. What happened today after the market shift bar? There's the market shift bar. What happened? We moved into value. Immediately. Moved into value. Came down tested into new lows, came up, back up into, well, I guess that's not really, VPOC is down here. Interesting. Oh, because I put it on the wrong bar. Hold on. There we go. There. And then your value area high. Value area low, value area high, value area low, value area high, value area low, value area high. And now we're starting to break out of value area high. But if you traded around this range today because you identified the market shift bar and you put that on, you would have missed the first V formation of the first pullback, right? The first actual move to the upside after we became way overextended. Price action came up to the unfair highs directly where? Low volume node. And what did price do afterwards? Came back down into value area low. Right there. Right up into value area high. Then price action came down into value area low, right into the low volume into that area. Right there. And then price action came back up to value area high, came right into the low volume node up here, came right back down into value area low. And we did that all afternoon. Market shift bars are one of the most important bars that you could possibly pinpoint in the market. And when you do, it will guide you in what to do next if you just listen to it and give it time to develop. And now, where are we at? We're coming right back into the market shift, right into value area highs, right? And right into current low volume node. Right here. Is there any questions about that? Any comments? Any concerns? The market shifts can absolutely identify current market condition. And just because we have a breakout bar doesn't mean the market's going to continue to trend. All right. That's the thing we have to make sure that we understand. Just because we have a breakout bar doesn't mean the market's going to continue to trend. Now, I wasn't able to trade today after my initial position. I had other things I needed to do, but there it is. And tomorrow we'll go ahead and play this out. So, before we get into it, any questions, any comments, any concerns? So I'm going to do a couple different things on replay today. The first thing I'm going to do is replay Friday. All right. Then the next thing I'm going to do is pick a couple days and you guys can pick a couple days too if you want to and go into the ES. I used to trade the ES a lot. Somebody in the chat on yesterday recommended that I do an ES day. I was kind of hesitant. I didn't do too well on the 2-minute chart, but I never traded the 2-minute chart in the ES before. So I redid it and I did the 5-minute chart. Took all my areas off my charts and I just traded 5-minute chart. It worked out pretty well. So I might go ahead and bring the ES back up again for anybody that's interested in the ES. Really the difference between the ES and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is a little bit more directional. It doesn't necessarily trade as big of a range or around a range as the US will, or the ES will. The ES is much more rotational, and it trades around the rotations much more than the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is much more momentum-based direction, looking for a quick move into a particular direction where the ES will take a while before it starts to take off. But what happens when it's in that rotation? If you understand auction market theory, you can trade in the context of that rotation. But we're going to start with the NASDAQ first, and we're going to go into the micros because I think the micros is much more easier to handle, to manage in prop accounts than minis. And then, of course, if you have your own cash account and you're trading out of that, which I was before I came live here, then you can go ahead and get back into the minis themselves. But from my experience, prop firms, with the rules that they have, minis are much easier. Or excuse me, micros are much easier to manage the risk associated with the positions. And we're going to go ahead and go into the 24th. We're going to start at 0930. Let's start at 0830, and I'm going to build my plan first so everybody can see the way how I build my plan. And then we're going to go ahead and start trading. But plan first. Always build your areas. Always grab your areas. Make sure you have your key areas of interest. That way you have structure and a framework. And then all you need to do is figure out your execution and what you're going to do around those areas. If you can do that, that helps you build a framework to trade around. And it's much better than just having a system, because a system is designed to work in a market condition, not necessarily in all market conditions. And as we know, markets shift conditions. And even while a market is shifting condition, it's actually shifting into, how do I word that? Like today, right? Market was shifting into a downward trend, yet we didn't end up in a downtrend. We ended up in value. And so again, market shifts, extremely important to be able to understand. We're at 0830. We're at 0830. Let's get into it. So first and foremost, on Friday, we have a gap down, okay? And in that gap, eventually we're anticipating to come up and test this area here to actually fill that gap. I don't look at just coming into the lows of a bar to fill a gap. I actually look at going into VPOC to fill that gap. As VPOC is where the most volume has been traded. And if the most volume has been traded in an area, what should we anticipate? Price action to move into that area. Now, what else can we garner from this chart? We're actually in unfair lows of full value, okay? What do I mean by full value? We have, hold on a second. Okay, good. What do I mean by full value? We've been trading in a range in value since January 2nd. All right. And so in January 2nd, we started moving into moved from a long-term trending market condition higher into balance and into value. And we've been trading in value ever since. Okay. We kind of broke out of that value today, but before today, we have not. We have a gap above us. All right. And so we're trading in value in unfair lows. So what I want to do is find places to possibly go long in this market, anticipating a potential break of value area low to move us back into higher areas of value, possibly fill the gap over the next few days. Okay. If we do not do that, we could move into value area low, which is around the 981 area, reject from that area, and price action come back down and retest either the lows of value or back into the 498.25 area. All right. And the reason why I'm looking for the long positions and not the shorts is because we're in overall unfair lows of the overall value perspective. I'm anticipating buyers to react from this area. So let's go to the 30-minute chart. And in the context of the 30-minute chart, we take this area of value right here. We move back into these lows over here. So we moved into this whole context of value, the whole context of value over here, okay? This area of value was included from a break of this low here. And so we want to index this bar here as our market shift bar as the first bar that we're going to put a custom profile on over the current range. And that's what it looks like. That's it. That's our current range. So now we have price action coming off value area high, down into value area low, possibly back up into value area high. And so what we want to do is index our areas of importance in this time frame. And our areas of importance in our time frame here, we're looking for low volume nodes. And we have a couple of okay low volume nodes, nothing great, nothing major. But we have a couple of decent ones from here and from right beneath that right there. So those are the two major areas that we're looking at, okay? And so what we would like to do is see price action there we go. I'd like to see price action come down into those areas. Come up. And then do the same thing. And come up from there. And in those two areas, we're going to be looking for long positions. Looking long from that area, all right? Hey, why you racking? How's it going? You a pool player? Billiards? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here. I haven't seen you here before. How's it going? How you doing? All right. So there's the areas there. It's what we're looking for in the context of our long positions. Now, let's go into the higher time frame charts for a second, okay? We have price action. It's coming off of this low over here, off of a 4-hour chart, okay? And we're making higher lows in this market. When we get above the open of this bar, anticipate we can come back up into this pivot point around 817. And then we break that, we're already broken the highs, right? We can come back into the open up here at 29054, right around that area. All right. So above here, we're looking for a continuation to the upside. All right. Let's see. You're decent. You lost everything, Dave. What happened? What happened? What happened to your trading today? Hey, user 3465, and we'll just cut it off from right there if that's okay. What happened in your trading today? Why you racking? What's going on? 1, how do you trade? 2, what happened? And then my little area here didn't draw, so let me put the other one in right here. Or I deleted it or something, who knows. We're going to put that there. There we go. So those are the two areas for Friday that we're really going to key in on in this context. And then in the context of the daily perspective, we're still looking at 812 and 202 as potential moves to the upside, right? You want deep charts, but it's too much. I really like deep charts. The Bluey 3 evals. I trade the strap by Rob Smith. I'm just a broke college student trying to make a wage. Yeah, I get it. And you're officially broke. this is part of the problem with the markets, right? You have the appeal of the markets turning into an ATM machine, and then the ATM machine ends up not, it ends up using your ATM card instead of you allowing you to use it, if that makes sense. And it sucks. I took my first trade in 98. I've blown up accounts. I've done all sorts of stuff in the markets. It takes time to develop. It takes time to put yourselves in a situation where you're really able to understand the markets as an auction, not just price. Do I do any type of giveaways? You know what? Why you cracking? Here. Why don't you do this? I don't sell anything. So don't think that this is like some sort of sales call or something like that. Okay, it has nothing to do with it. All right. Join that and DM me. All right. And then after I get done with the stream, we can talk, or when you're not busy sometime tomorrow or something like that. You made your first 10K in options and lost everything. Yeah. Yeah. Do you do a deep charts giveaway? You know what I am trying to do? I'm not big enough yet in order to be able to do it, but I really want to build a community large enough that one, okay, I'm just telling you guys my longer term goals with all of this. I've only been streaming for 4 weeks now. Okay. I Here, I'll show you. Just so it's 4 weeks. Okay. I've been struggling trading live within the stream. It's not easy to do. Okay. My first 3 days were pretty tough in doing that. Which this last week was my first week of going live. But the first 2 days was consolidation. We anticipated consolidation, and I didn't trade much. Okay? Didn't trade much at all those days. All right? And so check it out. My first day was only 119 on one trade, 3 trades at 225. This here, I was trading minis, and I took a position that was 1350 in expense, and I realized that if I'm trading these damn prop firms, 1350 is too big of a risk. So I went on sim. My next sim trade, and I was live. You can check this out. Okay. You can go to Discord, you can go to YouTube, you can watch this video. Okay. The next trade, I went on sim and I made a $1,600 revenue position. So I would have wiped out the expense that day. Then the next day, I didn't trade live. I traded 53 trades. None of them were an expense trade. $1,633 in revenue. I was scalping. All right. And I'm very quick to move my stop to a break even on my scalps. Okay. And then Daredevil, right? Yes. And then on Friday, I came back into the stream again, and I didn't trade all that well on Friday. Friday, from looking at the chart, should be about a $2,000 to $2,500 day for me. That's why I want to replay this thing today and see what happens. Then today, I was absolutely spot on trading in the stream today. That video is out there as well. I had 2 trades, one long. I had a $104 expense on it. I only went in with 1 micro, and then I went in with 4 micros today on the short, and ended up being up on 1564, I think is what it was. It's already reset itself over here. So I can't show you exactly what it was, but I'll be able to do that tomorrow because that'll show up here at 1544. Okay. I'm not telling you guys this because I'm like, oh, wow, look, I'm some master great trader. Okay. What I'm saying is it's all about the consistency. It's all about having key areas that you have developed that you trust in. And then you trade around those key areas, okay? And the charting software that you utilize for that, it doesn't really matter, okay? Atas is cheaper than Deep Charts, and you can get it on a monthly basis, and you're good to go. I came in here, I was under retirement. I took my first trade in 98, and I retired from trading in December of 2019 due to a terrible, terrible divorce. And I went through a state of depression for about 3 years. It almost killed me through blood clots because I wasn't moving and doing anything else in my life. And sitting in the hospital in ICU for a week and a half. I'm sitting back thinking, I'm like, you know what? I still have life to live. I'm only 50. Here we go. Um, I'm a better trader than anybody. And don't be sorry to hear that. I'm so grateful for everything that happened in my life. And so I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to go in here and I'm going to see what I can do about helping myself and going on a journey of how do I go from this state of depression and create some form of fulfillment, internal fulfillment in my life. Okay. And so in that context, I came in and I started doing videos and stuff in January of this year. And then I was like, you know what? I want to stream. And so I went out and started looking at streamers, got an Xbox. I was actually going to stream video games and I started watching streamers. And on my For You page on TikTok, some traders came up. And I was like, oh, hell no. No. What are you guys doing? So I started watching some of these streams and they're doing things and stuff like that. And like half the time I'm like, no, I would be going in this direction right now, opposite of what they're doing. And the market ended up going in my intended direction over half the time. And so I got charts in May and now here I am. And now this is what I was doing. I was planning on playing, just trading in my cash account. But if you guys are in most individuals watching and doing these things in the market themselves, right? You got to understand your market. They want to be in these prop accounts, don't have the cash accounts, right? Then I need to demonstrate what it is that I am doing in this arena that works for them. But why am I here? I don't believe that anybody can teach anybody how to trade. I do not believe that a single methodology is going to work in the markets for a long extended period of time. I've been around for too long, I know. But I believe that you can develop a trader. And there's a difference between developing a trader and training a trader or giving a trader a system. When you develop a trader, you show them the foundation of being able to analyze the markets consistently in a way that they're able to find areas. Then from those areas, they learn how to enter the markets on their own with the execution. And why on their own? Because think about it. When you're looking at a chart, okay, the way you perceive this chart will be differently than the way that I perceive this chart. Why? Because your dreams, the way you perceive information, the way you delete, distort, and generalize information subconsciously is going to be different from me. And so you have to create something based upon your internal framework. Your internal framework. Not mine, not somebody else's, not Robert whoever, right? You. And when you do that and you put the time into it, you learn to trust yourself. And think about most individuals that get emotional in trading. What happens when they get emotional in trading? They turn around and they are emotional because they don't know what to do. And what happens when you don't know what to do? What causes that? It's a lack of trust. A lack of trust in whatever it is you're doing that's making you second guess what you should be doing. And then you're emotionalized. And now the fear, the greed, the hesitation, the desire to win all comes in on us at one point in time and sits on top of us like an elephant. And now we're completely emotionalized. And now we are no longer trading our plan. That's what happens to traders. That's why we need to develop traders. By developing traders, we give you a framework, not a system, a framework in which you're able to build a foundation. And why is a foundation important? Go back to the Three Little Pigs. Go back to the Three Little Pigs. Okay? Those first two homes were not built on foundations. It doesn't matter if it's sticks. It doesn't matter if it's hay. It doesn't matter if it's whatever. If it doesn't have a foundation, the market's going to go over and going to topple it down. You have to have a foundation. And your foundation is your key points of interest. Okay? Your KPOIs. If you have a good, strong KPOI that you believe in and trust, you're going to create a good, strong entry strategy around that foundation. That becomes a home. And you just build on the house, and you just keep building, and you just keep building. And then I don't use indicators to create that framework. I use auction market theory. Why? Because the market's an auction. Price is nothing but a result. And if you're just looking at price only, you're looking at the result of an auction. What makes an auction though? Not price, participants. Because if there's no participants, or for every buyer there's a seller and for every seller there's a buyer, price action is always going to stay flat. There's not going to be anything. Okay, so what do? You look for participants. When one side gets more aggressive than the other, price is going to move. Okay, so if you're not watching the participants, you already have a broken foundation. Why do you have a broken foundation? Because you're not seeing the full auction. And make no mistake, the markets are nothing more than an auction. Hey, Metastrader, good to see you. Good to see you. What is going on, my friend? Hopefully I can get out of the hole I'm in. Being 19 and broke isn't a good feeling. No, I was 19 and broke. It's what brought me into the Marine Corps. I went to the Marine Corps because I was 19 and broke. You don't go into the Marine Corps because, you got intelligence or a life ahead of you, right? You go in the Marine Corps because, well, either you're crazy or, you just have issues. I didn't have issues. I had subscriptions. You bundle your issues up, right? They're easy to carry when there's subscriptions. So I understand. I was in your same boat at 19. Why you cracking, right? So I'm not telling you that it's a good place to be in. I'm saying I understand. And I can tell you this too. All right. You're 19 years old. I'm 50. You've never been 50 before, but I've been 19. Keep that in mind. I don't have all the answers. Nobody has answers for anybody else. No, I have no business telling anybody what to do with their life whatsoever, right? Because we all have those choices to make. But learn and understand what's controlling your choices in life. And then you can learn and understand if it's not you, you can take control and make it you. I was thinking about going to the service, but I don't think it's a good time. It's never a good time. I went in in 95 after Desert Storm. Got out in 99 because I was trading at that point. And then I went back in 2001, in November of 2001, and went to Afghanistan. Afghanistan was the best thing that could have possibly happened to me. Being deployed, going to Afghanistan, and the experiences that I had there was the best thing that could have possibly happened to me. It was the only thing that was the only experience I could think of, and I can't even now, looking back, I can't even think of a better experience to get me out of my own head and see the world for what it really is, rather than through my own perception. Why you cracking? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Think of Vietnam vet for me. When I came back from Afghanistan, they were still having freedom fries and parades for us and all sorts of stuff. They didn't get that. So I appreciate the sentiment. I really do. But if you would do me a favor, if you're really appreciative of my service, next time you see that individual out there wearing that Vietnam hat or that Vietnam shirt and saying that they're a vet, just say, thank you for your service to them. I appreciate that. You're up at $7,800 in an eval? Absolutely. Well done, MetaTrader. So I had a short today that if I would have been on in time, I would have been able to take. And that was all the way up there today at, I don't even remember what price was at that point. It was just before 10 o'clock. It was at like 9:58. You could look at your own charts. I had an area in there for an entry and a short. I wouldn't have held it all the way down, but I held mine down for about 100 points. I was in four micros, and I got out with two of them with just kind of a I don't trade risk reward ratio. Okay. I think too many people put too much emphasis on risk reward ratio. And when you start to really understand the markets, you learn how to scale in, scale out of trades, risk reward doesn't matter anymore because you're not all in, all out. If you're all in, all out, a 2-to-1, whatever risk reward ratio makes sense, kinda. But here's the thing though. What about those times where it goes down and it hits your 2-to-1 target and then just runs and you're already out because you have a 2-to-1, right? You never give yourself an opportunity to get a 3, 4, 5, 6-to-1 trade because you're always out the 2-to-1 mark. I have to see if I can take a loan to buy another eval. You got in good. I woke up late and missed those shorts, so I logged off the 092 area. You know what? That's the best thing you could have possibly done. You played the range, exactly. And the range happened, right? And here's the range. And look, we should already know that the range, well, this is Friday now. So when the market broke down on the second bar of the 930 bar, 930 to 10, that bar closed below the prior range. And when you close below the prior range like that, you should always put a custom profile on because the market's going to do one of three things when it breaks out of prior balance. It's going to move into consolidation, it's going to move into prior value or a new value area, or it's going to trend. Those are the only three things it could possibly do. Today, as soon as we broke out of that, we immediately traded back into balance. And we had a wonderful area of balance of value area low to value area high like 3 or 4 times. And we're just now starting to break back out of that balanced area to the upside. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And if you can recognize the market shift bars, right, then you can give the market enough time when the shift takes place to let you know what it's doing so you're not just guessing. And don't take a loan out for another eval. Okay, don't do that. All right, please don't take a loan out for an eval. All right, because here's the thing, if you've blown up evals in the past, it means you need to develop yourself to earn the right to go back into an eval. You are your own foundation of your life. And if you're living on loans and trying to do something that you don't have the foundation for, the market is going to act like that wolf and it's going to blow it down. Build your foundation. Know exactly what it is that you want to do. Have your intention, have your dream, please, please, please. But let's walk into it in a way that we can see it manifest itself, rather than just making it a hope and a dream, and that hope and a dream stays in the future because you never walk into it because it always stays there out of reach, like that proverbial carrot that you're just walking to, but you can't get it. Let's get it and make it so you can get it, instead of hoping and praying that you will get it. Because if you're hoping and praying in your life, and you're hoping and praying in the markets do not pray to the same gods that you do. The universe doesn't pray to the same God that you do. And neither one are listening. The markets don't care about what you think, and reality, just reflects an image of what you do. And that's a very good question. I didn't think about asking that. I asked him how he traded and a few other things, but I didn't ask him, how long he's been trading for. All right. Well, we got our plan. We know what we're looking for. Let's get into this. It's now 8:55. Let's move forward. I can't replay today until tomorrow because of the way that the data comes in on the replay data through deep charts. And the main reason why I love deep charts is just for the sheer fact that the replay functionality of it is just so good. Asia, we're going long. I think there's a good possibility that we're going to go long in Asia as well, at least in the beginning, just from this up move that we have currently. I think we're going to see some follow through in the Asia market. But the strength of that down move in the US session has me a bit concerned. So here we go, right? I should already be long. And I could definitely go long in the open or before the open, but see how we came right down into my area here? Right down into my area, right? And see how we have the low volume or the VPOC in here, VPOC in here, and the volume is starting to distribute into the highs right here, and absolutely go long from this area right here. Stop right below this whole little area right here, long. But I went forward and missed it, so we'll move on to the next one. Straw man left on the monthly candle and 6-month candle is bearish. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So yeah, no. I mean it's and for long term for me in this project, what I would like to see this project turn into, one, I would like to have and set up my own prop firm, like a Lucid or something like that, and be able to have the education to really demonstrate, to not demonstrate, but to really help develop traders. And I'm building a course for that now, actually. I'm in the midst of it. I need to get bigger in terms of a market. I need more traders to find me. And that's where I'm at right now. I've only been streaming for, this is my 5th week now. So there's that. And then the other thing that I really want to do in this project as well is have individuals specialize in different markets and be able to work with individuals in specialized markets and get better DD. Well, so and no intraday. Well, so the drawdowns will be static drawdowns. That's what I want to create in all evals is a static drawdown, and then in the funded, I want the funded to last for a particular time, and we're not going to do anything either when it comes to what's the other thing that the prop firms are doing right now that I absolutely despise. Um, we're going to get rid of the consistency rule. Get rid of the consistency rule. There'll be something else that will replace it that will be better than a consistency rule, because a consistency rule makes you trade outside of your plan. If I create a prop firm, it's going to be under this regard. Okay, this idea. How you're trading in the eval is exactly how I want you trading in the funded. So the rules have to support that. And if the rules change from funded to from eval to funded, there's an issue, because now you lose your consistency, because you're going to have to change the way that you trade. If an individual passes an eval, I want them to be successful in the funded so I could put them into a brokerage. You need to trade your eval trading. You know what? Most of us coming into this, I think most of us are in that boat. I think most of us need to change the way that we do evals because of that. I just agree with you 100% on that. Static is the only way to go. I've been using Onyx lately. Yeah, absolutely. Onyx is a good one for that. Blue Sky is also another good one for that. But Blue Sky, though, they have some, like, let's say you do a $5,000 static drawdown and they're 300,000 eval, but you have to make $20,000. All right, the market's about ready to open. We're about 2 minutes away. Day traders has static. It's because in eval I go in heavy, and in my funded I use the same same thought process, and it hurts me. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, and the evals, of course, you're going to go heavy, because what do you want to do? You want to pass your eval, and if you blow up an eval, you can just go ahead and pay the fee and just reset it and just keep on going. If you lose your eval, you got to start the whole process all over again. So now the market's just going down at the open, right through my areas, which is good, because then I can turn around and find a place to go short. You know what? There, I wanted to be long. I wanted to be long, like right here, like 508. Ah, I missed it. Okay, beautiful. You know what? We're going to go ahead and go long anyhow. Is this... I need to adjust this to sim so you guys can see it. So there's the long, just 1 micro. I guess it's 4. At the open. I wanted to be long way below where I'm at right now, but I missed the entry. So now we're just going to go ahead and trade that out. I wanted to move it up a little bit higher. We'll start the day off $72. Whatever. Sounds good to me. Quick little trade, quick little pop to the upside. And try it again. This time though, I'm going to put my stop right below this area here. Okay, we're already going. We'll listen. Oh, let's, darn it. I was trying to move it back down again so I could move it up because I had to move my chart in order to do it because of the width of the market. So that's probably about it for me in the scalping at the open anyhow. We'll wait for the next bar and go from there. Right now you have 2 funded accounts. Have not activated them yet, not feeling it. Yeah. No, I mean, if you're not feeling it, right? So here's the thing, right? A lot of individuals out there will say, oh, well, don't trade sim. Right? Don't trade sim because, you know, you're just lying to yourself or this or that, or you're just wasting time. Go on sim. If you can't have 30 trades that you're consistent with in a row without making a major mistake or trading outside of your plan or anything along those lines, you haven't earned the right to go live yet, in my viewpoint, from my experience. Okay. And in 30 trades, why 30 trades? Because that's the minimum amount to have statistical relevance. Okay. So if you're trading outside of your plan, there you go. You shouldn't be trading in a live account or in a funded account until you have at least 30 trades on sim. And if you can't be honest with yourself and your results while you're on sim, you definitely don't have a right to go on live because you're going to break that trust in the live. And when you break that trust in the live and the emotions that come with it, you're going to be in deep trouble. Deep trouble. Okay? Like deeper than deep charts trouble. All right. So that's the only advice I could really give in that, in that regard, because this is really important, right? The way you trade in sim should be exactly the way you trade in live. And if you're trading differently in sim comparatively with live, then you're missing the whole point. Yeah, I'm going to trade sim until I have 30 green days, showing consistency and not over trading. And I would change that just a little bit. Okay. Of course, if that's your plan, follow it. I'm just going to help guide you a little bit. Rather than 30 green days, rather than holding yourself to that level of profitability. Okay. Why not go in and say, okay, 30 consistent trades and see where I'm at? Create a profit factor for yourself. Okay. And really get an idea of where you're at with your trading after those 30 days. All right. Because it's not about always making revenue. It's not always about, you know, I'm going to make all this money, right? Damn it, I missed it, but that's all right. Whatever. It's about finding that consistency and knowing you have the trust in yourself in order to follow the plan. That's the key to trading. And if you can unlock the doors to those keys, well, the market heavens will come flowing down on you. As long as you're not trading the same system for every market condition. That will kill you over time. So we're in an area here of mine, right? The market is turning around and going up through here. which is beautiful. That's exactly what kind of intended it to do, right? Go up through this area, okay? But we're finding some rejection in this area. So I am going to wait and see what happens here. But I am probably going to try to take a short position at some point in time from this area. We will see. We will see how it develops. I am going to go ahead and put in a limit order here. I think it's probably going to go without me, but if we pull back up into that area, I want to be short. Currently above the open of the prior bar on the 240. The hourly is moving just straight down. We're looking pretty good right now. And I don't think the market's going to come up and fill me. But if it does, that'd be really nice. I would really appreciate it. As I'm talking about going short, turn around and take a long position. Up 86. 102. Looking for price action to come up here and test this high volume up here is what I'm doing on a scalp. I don't like how we're filling at the highs there. I don't like how we're filling at the VPOC. So I'm going to go ahead and take a break-even trade here if it's going to give it to me. If it comes back down. If it goes back up again, I'll wait for it to go up a little bit. There's the test of the high volume I was looking for. Now do we break the high? We sure do. I'm going to move the stop down here. So I'm locking in 100. About $200 in the position. We're going to lock in 100. Just kind of wait and see what it does. It's having a little bit of problems going through here, but we'll see. We shall see. We just went through that high volume, came back down, tested, didn't break the highs, so I want to get out of the position at that point in time, just lock in the funds. Wasn't doing what I anticipated it to do up there at the highs. We didn't break. Buyers came in, right? Came back down again, tested, and then if it's buyers were in here, right? Because we made that high, then the buyers came back, sellers came in through this area, buyers came back up to test that high and didn't break the high. I want to be out of the market right about that area because you're coming back down now. Barely broke the lows here, don't have really any much volume in this area at the moment below us. So I'm going to look in possible long position again here. Getting into the high volume, we're rejecting off the high volume, showing signs of sellers in there, but we haven't broke the low yet. There's a shift in volume there. So now I'm going to go ahead and look at scalping another long. I'm not going to give this one much room because because of the strength of the prior down move here. So I'm not going to give it much room. And now it's already stopped me out. With a little break even. We're up 331 on the day. It's 9:39 in the morning. Price action is back above VPOC again. VPOC is now rising, anticipating the high here to break. I'm not going to get back in right now, though, so I don't really have an area to get in here. I'm just anticipating it to break the highs, but we don't have a lot of room above us. And the way that price action keeps on testing into the lows, I want to give it a little bit of time here to develop. I'm going to go ahead and take another position here to the long side. This one might come back and get me. If we can get back up above this VPOC area. Yeah, no, it won't let me. Beautiful. All right, so we took the expense. That's fine. We're still down on all of our other time frames. I have an area on the daily chart that is showing a lot of signs of holding into support. And we're trading into that area right now. And this is going to stop me out. I need to get a stop down in here. I want to hit this as a break even as quickly as possible. It did not do it at all what I wanted it to do. Thank you. Beautiful. Out with a break even. Good to go. Just scalping right now. That's true. I need to get the green out of my head. Yeah, and that's just a thing, right? It's not about, of course, we're trading because we want to make money. I mean, why else will we be trading, right? We want to make money. We want to make money out of the market, right? And so we do need to have revenue and built into that. But having just focusing on the revenue alone, right? What builds the trader? What builds the trader? The result? Or does a trader build the result? And so if you want 30 days of green the whole time, right? What's developing what? Is it the trader that's developing that green? Or is it the green that's developing the trader at that point? And if you're just focusing on the results, it's more than likely the green. Yeah, that was dumb. That was really dumb. I'm talking and I'm trying to trade at the same time, and I'm messing everything up at the moment. The point is, you want to develop yourself into the trader that can create the 30 days of green. But develop that as you're going through the process. Because if you go through the process while you're doing that, you're going to learn so much more. Because you're going to have those experiences. And if you just do it in sim, you're not creating those experiences for you like you will if you're doing it on an evaluation or something along those lines. Because as you grow into this, as you grow into your experiences in it, you're going to learn things along that path that's going to make you better and it's going to develop you. The markets are there to develop you. They're not there to give you the results. The results are there once you're developed. So let the market forge you. That's your development. God, that last trade was dumb. I got to focus here. This is why it's difficult for me to trade live. I start engaging in people. I start talking to them. I start doing all sorts of stuff, and which is great. And I love doing that. But when I'm trading, I have to focus. Let's see, where are we at? We're in unfair lows right now on the daily perspective. Absolutely beautiful. Let's see if this market comes down and gets me. Anticipating it to come back down and test into that high volume and then reject off of there and start moving higher. Where am I anticipating it to go? I'm looking for price action to go up into the 816 area. I'm looking at it to possibly go into the 706 area. So 706, 806, this is probably what? 203? Yeah. You know, the whole key is just to allow ourselves to develop, right? Because I mean, think about life in general. Think about everything, okay? The times that we do well in life, the times that we do well in the markets is all times that what? We developed. Because reality is nothing more than a mirror, and it reflects back to us not who we are. It reflects back to us what we do. And it reflects the results of what we do. Oh, you little bugger. I'm going to miss out on this by 1 tick. Well, that's rather rude. Okay, nope, filled me. Good. All right. No, I'm filled. Let's see if we can come up and test the highs up here. M4. I don't like how he did that, and I don't like how he did this either. Okay, what is my stop down here? Beautiful. Let's just give it some room. Let's give her some room. I'm thinking price action is going to come down into this area. And I have room for that area. And if it comes into that area, I'm going to want to add. And so I'm going to leave a stop out of the equation for right now. And I'm going to wait for it to come into this area. Or pop. One of the two. See if we break this high. That happened way too fast for me to actually see what was going on there in that bar, to see where the support and resistance is. That's one thing about the NASDAQ is it's so quick. The ES, it's a bit slower. It's not quite as violent. But I used to trade 25 lots in the ES and 18 lots in the Russell. I don't even think anybody knows what the Russell is anymore. Because the NASDAQ's kind of replaced the Russell. The Russell was more directional, more volatile than the ES. Very similar to the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has basically replaced the Russell in that context for trading. Every time we get back through the open of the bar, we immediately come back down and test the lows. I'm anticipating this low over here to break. This low here, I'm anticipating this low to break. There we go. Out of the position. Of course, I get out of the position right when it breaks, right? But the way that this structure is happening here, I'm anticipating price action to break down, right? In that context. So I wanted to be out with a break-even trade. And of course, what does the market do right after I get out of the break-even trade? It goes. And that's fine. Let her go. I'm not too concerned. There'll be another position. There'll be another place to enter. Got in a little bit late there. I was waiting for a little bit of confirmation on the downside before I got in, is what I was doing. But now I'm just going to scalp this out. Up 400, up 300. 384, locking in 200. Oh, wow. You're really going to move now, aren't you? Beautiful. And just like that, 500 on the position. Just looking for, because of the volatility, I'm looking for a pullback in this market to go to the upside. Absolutely can swing back down to the low, but the way that bar came down should anticipate some price action back up to the upside. Okay, beautiful. Got that little scalp out of the way. Now let's see what happens down here at this area. This area down here, let's see what happens. Have we not been down here in a while? I really want to be long down here, and I know that there's an area for me, and I'm trying to find it right now. But now I locked up the chart. I know that there's an area here that I want to be long from. Are we already above it? Yeah, we're already above it. No, I think we're below it. 423. Oh yeah, we're below it. Okay, beautiful. There we go. That's better. All right. So now we're just going to go ahead and wait for a few minutes and see if we can't get another setup. I had to go way back for that, so I got to get my chart all set back up again here that I enter off of. And I enter off of a chart. It's just like this chart here. There's nothing different between the two. I just enter over here because individuals ask me questions. I have to go through this chart, and I end up moving things around, and it gets a mess. So I'm just coming over here on this chart just to the left, and then I'm trading off of it. Nice strong delta. Looking for a continuation play to the downside. All time frames are telling us short at the moment. We're in an area here where we'd anticipate participants to enter the market. Give me just 1 second. Excuse me. Sorry about that. All right. Don't really have any rejection down here yet, so I'm not anticipating price action to reject from this area, but I am anticipating it to possibly come down with some momentum. Let's see if we get that momentum. Not wanting to, not with momentum anyhow. Testing the highs since it didn't break the low. We anticipate the highs to be tested. Didn't break the lows again. So now we're probably going to go up and test the highs, especially with this green delta in here. We're probably going to come in and test the highs and more than likely break the highs this next time. Okay, and then go ahead and move a stop to a break even here. I guess it's locking in $84, so I guess it's a little bit more than a break even, but Starbucks money, I guess you can call it. I'm locking 104 here as we're up 225, 250. I'm locking a little bit more because of how we're coming off of the lows, and I'm not getting the momentum that I'm looking for. And if this bar continues up the way it is, this is kind of the rejection out of the area that I'm looking for. I'm looking for a possible continuation play to the upside. 728 revenue at 9:55 in the morning. We're still hovering over the area around the 851, which we're now breaking. So now I'm going to go ahead and put in a limit order to buy this if we come back and test the open of this bar. I wanted to see price move in direction here before I really got into a long position. Okay, filled. Put my stop right below here in case we have one of those bars, one of those wild bars. Give it a little bit of room, not a ton, but a little bit. A little over half the revenue on the day. We're just balancing between these two areas of high volume, right? Which means what? Market makers are involved right now. We don't have participants moving this market directionally at the moment. Market makers are trying to figure out where buyers or sellers are going to step in. I'll move stop to about $40 in revenue, just in case if we tear back down here because we are seeing some rejection from the high. But I am looking for price action to possibly come back up into the two places, 709 and 816. And it doesn't look like she wants to go up yet. So I'm going to go ahead and lock in a little bit more as we start going up here because I'm anticipating it to come back down. So we're going to get out as what we can there, and we're going to wait. Oh, Maddie, mate, can't really see the footprint. It's right on your face. Is it right on my face, the footprint is? I'm sorry, sir. Thank you for letting me know. Appreciate it. Is that better? Oh, come on. My face is like tea leaves. You don't need the market. Just read the gray in my hair. There you go, Maddie. That should work for you. You couldn't see the trade at all. I'm sorry. I apologize. Maddie's tired of my jokes. He's like, you're just a smart ass. Which is true. Which is absolutely true. I is that. I'll go ahead and get back into a long here. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that movement at all. Way better, my guy came for the face, but the trade is just a bonus. Now I know you're lying. But that's okay. Thank you for the compliment. I'm gonna take it anyhow. I do not come from a Viking pedigree. I come from a French Canadian pedigree. Probably trailed my stop there a little too tight on this, but all of my longer time frame charts right now are telling me to the short side, and this is telling me that I have an area here to look for a potential long position. And I'm right in one of those areas where it's like you can go short or you go long right in the same area. And so I'm being very, very careful with this at the moment. Dang, do you explain the entry? How did you catch that so easy? I've been practicing. That's how, Maddie. Seriously, I've been practicing a lot. A lot, a lot, a lot. All right. In a little bit late on this one. I should have been in on the previous bar, so I could have gotten in right at the open. I should have anticipated the open on that a little bit. We do have some resistance right above us. We got to be careful on this. I'm going to go ahead and trail myself out of here because I don't like my positioning. There we go. Beautiful. I don't like my positioning there. I really wanted to be down here. Being in at the open of this bar, I'm much more comfortable with that, with having the resistance here right above us. So with this resistance here, right, we can absolutely just come right back down again. And if I'm in here, that's much better than being here right in the middle. So I went ahead and got myself a little bit of trouble there, but got myself out of it. So explain the prior entry to this one here. So what we did when we came in here, right? We came in and we created this volume down here at the low, but then we popped back up again. We tested that low again. I just went in, I wanted to be in off of this area in here, right? This is not a bad area to be in either from this high volume. So what we did is created a little bit of a higher volume off the lows. We don't know if that's sellers or buyers. We don't know, right? We just know that it's a little bit more more participants in the market from this lower low. But then price action turned around and came right back up again. And when price action comes up above the open, when you just broke that low, that's not sellers that created that. That's buyers stepping into the market. We're absorbing the sellers. That's the reason for the entry. And then just scalp it up. And I'm going to look for a short here in this area. See if it fills me. It may not. Nice save. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, what's up, Meditators? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, good. You see, now you can see all the charts. See? Now you can see everything that's on my screen. You can't see this one yet, but yeah. It's just one of those things, right? You get into the market and you just don't what's happened, Maddie, my practice, I've got back into a feel of the market. All right. YouTube is much better, right? I've gotten back into the feel of the market and really feeling the market movement, what I want to see. And when I don't see what I want to see, I'm not hoping and praying anymore. I'm not doing anything else. I'm just like, you know what? I just want to be out. Just get me out. Right. And then I'm just going to trail my stop. If it's going to give me, if I'm looking at an expense trade, right? But then it's going to go above my open and then it's going to give me a few more ticks. I'm just going to take the ticks.
right? Give the market take what the market's going to give me instead of just sitting there and like, oh, well, maybe it'll go up. Well, maybe it's going to, well, maybe it's going to do, well, maybe market doesn't care what I think. There's no well maybes. You love trailing? Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't see the MetaTrader. I didn't see where you were saying that MetalTrader. Didn't see where you were saying where it was alive at. I apologize. But trailing, oh yeah. Yeah, trailing is where it's at. Right? That's why I don't believe in the 2-to-1 risk reward ratios and stuff like that, because now you can't trail. You're just looking for set areas for targets. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And especially in the NASDAQ, how do you, seriously, if you want to do a 2-to-1 scale in the NASDAQ, how do you take a $100 stop and a $200 profit target? I mean, how do you maintain a $100 stop in this market when it's as volatile as it is? I don't know. I can't do it myself. So a 2-to-1 doesn't make any sense in the context of the scalps. I just need to make sure that I'm more right much more of the time. Well, I had 53 trades on Thursday and I didn't have an expense trade. 53 scalps, no expense trades. 1633 in revenue, whatever it was. I don't know. I can show it to you again if you want to see it. I don't want to make it about the P&L by any stretch of the imagination, but 53 trades. You do that because you have a feel of the market. And it's difficult for me to get into that feel when I'm in the live here, because I'm talking and I'm chatting and I'm doing other things, and somebody will ask me a question, so then I'll start thinking about that. And the moment I start thinking about something else, I'm no longer focused on the charts. And when I lose focus on the charts, I lose the feel, right? I'm not saying feel the feel of the markets. Scalpers don't use this. Scalpers don't use what? What don't scalpers use? What, risk reward ratio or something else? I need you to define this for me. This is going to probably pop up. I am feeling like this wants to move higher here. Yeah, I don't want to be in a short position at the moment. I'm anticipating to come down into the high volume. We're going to go ahead and trail some of this risk out of here just in case if it does pop against me. Take a very small risk, and there it goes. Sweet. Thank you so much. Risk reward, exactly. Exactly. No, you can't. Let me rephrase that. I've seen one trader in my life that's able to. One. And this individual, he would use a 3 to 4 tick stop in the ES. And he was a bond trader. He didn't even trade the ES. Okay. I paid him $10,000 for him to teach me, some concepts of trading and scalping. And this was in 2017, 2018, somewhere right around in there. And this guy took a market that he didn't even trade, and he was in almost every single bar. And he asked me flat out, he was like, how much money do you want to make? And I'm like, I don't know. He's like, well, how much money do you make? I'm like, I don't know. He's like, well, you need to know. And I'm like, well, why? Why is that important? He's like, because it's going to tell you how much time you're going to spend in the market. He goes, trading is boring. He goes, trading is extremely boring. And you want to just go into the market, get the money that you want to get. And when you get it, you leave and you go and live your life because trading is boring. And I'm like, I don't understand. I don't compute. And then I started watching this guy trade. And watching this guy trade. What's up, guys? Come on in if you want to. You guys want to say hi to the stream? Yeah, come on in.
What's up, Tony?
What's going on? How's it going?
I'm good.
How's streaming going for you?
That's not me. That's me. It's
Oh, it's you? How's streaming going?
I'm not streaming. I didn't meet you yet.
Oh yeah, me.
Yeah,
I thought you were me.
What's up, stream?
So this is my son and his friends. They're gonna go to the gym, I think, to soccer fields or something like that. Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah. Who did I give
It
the?
was
Attaboy.
Oh yeah, boy, that's right. That's who I gave it to. Was it?
and Alan.
Yeah. How's he doing with it?
It's actually good.
Yeah.
Like they're actually fun to
Yeah,
watch.
they're
Are
really
they?
funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I love it.
Alright,
I love it.
bother you.
Well, you guys have fun.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Enjoy. Yep. Well, that was fun. Got the family coming in and the kids, all the stuff. All right. So see, you guys now know it's not just me, right? That there's other people here. Ah, good times. All right. What am I doing? I'm trading. That's what I'm doing. What was I talking about? Was I talking about something? Yeah, if it was, it's not important because I forgot, so it must not be important. Something about the fill of the market. And then I was doing something, and then I got distracted, and now I have no idea what I was doing. There it is. I was waiting for this price to get above the open of this bar is what I was waiting for. And now I'm anticipating price action to come up and break these highs, which it's not doing right now. But I'm still anticipating it to do such. Not hoping and praying, I'm anticipating it's going to. And now it's not. So I just want to watch this, get this out of my way so I can see what the hell is going on. We're getting through the open on down volume. Do not like that at all. All right. We're going to go ahead and take a small expense out of this again. Now we're back down below 1,000. Damn it. Oh, you know what? I'm trading out of an area here that is an old area. Well, that's rude. That's why price isn't behaving. Okay, well now I'm going to have to trade myself out of this. So let's do this. Let's cancel this. Where are buyers strong at? Right in here. Let's go ahead and buy 2 more here. And then where else are buyers strong at? Right down here. So I'm going to put a limit order down in here. Right down in here. We're in 4 now. Well, actually, I guess we're in 8, aren't we? And so I'm going to go ahead and grab out of a couple of these. If we can get back above the entry, just to reduce risk. There we go. Now we're back into our 4 again. And I just canceled the position. I guess I was only in 4. I don't even know what I did there. Whatever. Anyways, I'll wait. I like that. I do the same. I add into the trade. Yeah, absolutely. I add into trades quite a bit. Here's a question for you. Metal trader. Have you ever seen anybody utilize inventory to completely get out of a trade before that they're completely underwater in? Have you ever watched somebody do that before? Have you ever seen that? How like asset managers, they don't use stops, right? If a trade that are pretty underwater in it, they'll use inventory to get themselves out. Have you ever experienced that before? Hey, Jay, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I thought I was in with 8. But then that should have only got me out with 4. Oh, no, because I did the TP on the 8 is what happened. I got it. Oh, you know you're the first? Okay, so you have seen that. Okay. So, and that's how the asset managers use it, right? And so in the context of these trades, That's one of the reasons why I don't enter with stops sometimes, because I'm not too concerned about it. And 1 out of the 20 times that I do it, I could get to a position where I'm above $5,000 or $4,500 in a risk and I just blew up an evaluation, right? But if you're getting close to blowing up that evaluation, you're down $2,000, $3,000 in a position, something like that, because maybe you got heavy or something along those lines, right? To be able to trade yourself out of it and have the chance and opportunity to trade yourself out of it, yeah. But this is why I don't use a lot of size in the very beginning of my positions and my position trading. I don't use a lot of size at all because I want to keep back my inventory. So I can use my inventory defensively, not offensively. I don't want to fight the market. I want to flow with the market. If the market decides to flow against me, and I'm kind of underwater, well, then I want to kind of flow with the market and let it get me out. All right. It is 10:16. We have about 44 minutes left of trading. What is this market going to do, and what do I want to do with this market? We're back here into kind of the 530 area, which is an important area in this market right now. We're going to go ahead and buy one here and move my stop down here. We could absolutely move back down to VWAP, but no, I'm going to go ahead and get initiated position here. So how can I use my inventory to get out of trades? Yeah, I can absolutely do that. Here, let's, I'm long right now. Let me get out of this position and go short, because I have a feeling this market's going to go up and I need it to go against me. Well, it is going against me. So let's go ahead and speed this up and see if we can't get it to go against me a lot. Nope, not yet. I want it to go like $2,000 against me is what I want. Jerry, how's it going? You took 2 W's today? Well done, sir. Well done. You're at college? What are you studying? I do not miss my college days, not even a little bit. Well, if I can get price action to go against me, it would be helpful. Nah, damn it. All right, let's go ahead and get out of this position. And let's go short from up here. Okay, how much are we down now? 600? Let's speed it up again. I'm gonna be down at least 1,000, if not closer to 2,000, if it's possible. Electrical? Nice. Nice. Oh, that's right. You told me that. You absolutely told me that. You're going to be, going to construction sites and putting in the electrical wires and stuff, aren't you? It's a good trade to be in, by the way. Here we go. We're 1,000, 11, 12. Okay, that's probably good enough right now. All right, let me see where we're at in the market now and see where I'd be expecting a possible pullback to come into the market. Probably right about now. Where are we at? Oh yeah, absolutely. So now I'm just going to go ahead and sell a bunch of contracts. We're in 28.32 right now. 40, 44. Oh shit, you can't see anything. God bless it. There we go. We're in 44. All I did was just all I do is adding size. I'm at 68 right now. And now I want to put a profit target in here just below my area of entry. And hopefully this low of this bar gets taken out before the high does. And that's how you use inventory to get yourself out of the position. And in my eval, I could be in 120 lots. I'm only in 84. So I'm well within the position constraints limits. Right now I'm only down $2,200. And let's see if we can get below these VPOCs right here and come back down to test the low of the previous bar. Probably not the best area for me to do this, just in terms of the pullback. But I am kind of anticipating a lower low to come into here and to break through this area. I really want to be above this VPOC right here. See this VPOC that I'm looking at? This yellow line right on my cursor? I really wanted my entry to be above there, so I could put my target right there. And so now we're breaking higher, right? And this is where the risk is. Now I'm down 4,400, 4,900, right? 42. So I'm going to sell a few more here. Now I'm at 104, and now I would have blown the combine, right? Any sort of evaluation I'm in is now blown because I missed the pullback. And now we're going to wait for the next position. And so the key is to be able to be down and anticipate a pullback. Here's a good example of a pullback right here, right? If I would have done that on this bar, I could have put my my entry point right below this, my target right below here, and been out without a problem, right? This here is in that upper area of where I was looking at going long today, and buyers are defending the area instead of the sellers. Exactly. Yeah. And so I'll demonstrate it again because you weren't able to see it on here. Let me get out of this position real quick and I'll show you once again. And I'll show you how very little it doesn't take a lot of size to move your entry point. I don't think we're going to get through the open on this bar. I think we're going to snap back up and test the high before we even get close to the open. Leighton, welcome. Okay, there we go. So out of the position. So let's do this again. So what direction is the market going to go in right now? I think the market's going to go up, so let's go ahead and sell. Let's put a sell order in, and we want this to go back against us again by at least $1,000, $2,000. God bless it. See, once again, the market doesn't care what you think. All right, well, let's go ahead and get out of this position and let's go long. Will you go down? Thank you. Okay, let her go. Let her go, let her go, let her go. I hope she breaks down like we're down like 1,000, 1,500 again. Except this time I'm going to keep this chart up. This is so rude. I am, yeah. So what I'm doing right now is somebody had a question. There's a every day and at this time I'm always in here replaying data. So this is replaying Friday, and was just in a conversation with an individual in chat, and they're talking about stops and those type of things. And so I brought up, do you know how asset managers get out of their position? And they wanted to see. So I'm trying to demonstrate that right now. I'm just trying to get the market to come down where it's against me at least $1,000, $1,200, $1,500, something like that. So I can demonstrate this. Okay, that's good. Let's go ahead and pause this. Let's bring it back to 1. Let me get an idea of where I'm at in the market so I can look for a pullback. The pullback is already happening right now, so I'm going to have to wait for the next pullback. But 351 is going to be too high. This would have been a perfect time, the bar, to do it right here on the VWAP. But that's okay. We'll get another one. We will definitely get another one. So let's wait. We're going to wait this time. We're not just going to jump in and try to do that here. Let's see if we can get a test back into the lows. If we start seeing some buying in here, okay, let's go ahead and do it. We're buying, right? Now I'm at 20. I'm in 24, okay? I'm in 40, 44, 46, 52, 56, 60. And now we're going to put our target in just above this high. There we go, out. That's how you get out of positions if you're underwater. Took 2 great longs on Solana today. Well done. Well done. It's going great. I was up on 1,500 today on one trade. Well, one expense trade going long, and the NASDAQ I was down about $100, and then I was up a little over 1,600. I finished the day about $1,500 in revenue off of 2 trades in the NASDAQ between 10 and 11. So yeah, it was a pretty good day. But metals trader, that's how you do it though, right? So if you're long, right, you buy inventory and to close at your entry. Exactly. So I was down 1,500 there. Even after all the ads, I was only down about $2,200 in the total position with the ads. And I wasn't even in at 60 contracts, and I can have 120 lots going on in this market at one time. You took a trade off the value at the low. Nice. Nice. Well done. So you mitigated risk and major losses back plus some profit. 100%. That's 100%. I couldn't have said it better. I mitigated all the risk utilizing inventory and got out of the position with a profit. 100%. This is exactly what asset managers do. They have accounts set up for it. All right. I've been doing that without knowing this. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I like to mark consolidation with the FP, and I wait for fair value price, and I wait for a price to manipulate. Then I wait for the pullback. 100%. What I like about what you have there is you have an area. You have a market structure area. It's not based upon, you know, an indicator or something like that, right? You're using a fair value point, and then you're waiting for a pullback into that area, and then you're getting into the position. 100%. You have a key area of interest, right? And then you have an entry structure around that key area of interest, and your key area of interest is not designed based upon a market structure. So in other words, long or a trending market, sideways market, anything along those lines. Your whole way of analysis is all about where the market is right now and the condition it's in, and then your entry is valid in any type of condition that you're in. That's good. That's good golf. Good job, Leighton. You've already developed yourself into something that, you know, very, very few traders actually do. So well done. Well done. A fixed volume profile. Yeah, I got fixed volume profiles over here too. I use those as well. This is a daily perspective. This is only the US session here. I do and analyze the overnights though too. And then this one's fixed, of course. This one's fixed, and this one's dynamic because this is the developing, right? But I just take just use that information to give me areas. Really is what it boils down to. You know, I'm looking for a possible to fill a gap up here, but I don't look at the gap fill like a lot of people will do, where they're looking at the low of the profile. I'm looking at go back up into VPOC or to volume point of control. Thank you. I can speak. Not well, but I can speak. You got the best levels from the fixed volume profile indicator. So yeah, so I'll do the fix there, and then what I'll do is I'll come in into like this time frame here, and I will build my custom over here. And I use my custom based off market shift bars. I don't use, you know, like pivot highs and lows and stuff like that. I use what the market shifts themselves, you know, where we're expecting the market to do something different. Jason, how's it going? I was able to do it successfully 4 or 5 times, but eventually I missed pullback and lost account. Yes. And I told you that too, didn't I, Jason? I told you, you know, the one time that you turn around and you miss the pullback, you're going to get slaughtered, and you're going to fail an eval. Do you remember me saying that to you? Please, I hope so. I just need to learn learn the footprints. I feel like my entries will be better. The entries will be better off of the footprints, and this is why, because you're reading the participants themselves. I think that's probably the last piece that you're missing. Okay, good. I don't need anybody out there saying, "Oh yeah, this guy led me astray." Tell him I can just do this, but then he didn't tell me I could miss a pullback and blow the account. Oh, good times, good times. What's going on here? Never chase a move. Yeah, you know what, Jerry? I don't know. I think sometimes in scalping, I'll definitely chase a move sometimes. Um, but like, I mean, define chasing a move. I mean, I went short today at oh, I can't even tell you what price it was that I went short. Um, but it was way down in the move. It was after 10 o'clock. So if I'm going short after 10 o'clock, right? The 9:30, 10 o'clock bars were like way down. 9 and 9:30 bars were way down, right? Already. And so that's technically chasing the move, but we weren't overextended and we still had room to move down on the daily perspective. That's why I took the short, right? But it's still kind of chasing. But if you're scalping, you're still kind of chasing too. But say like if your A setup is gone, don't enter C setup. Yeah, yeah, I hear that. My A setup was actually before 10 o'clock this morning, and then after 10 o'clock I still went short. So I don't know. I'm very careful on those types of rules, and I know that traders rely on those types of rules. I'm just very careful because I don't want to pin a rule on another trader, because we all see things a little bit differently. And I've seen individuals be able to do some amazing things that I can't even wrap my head around. I feel like that's the last part I missed. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah. What market do you trade most of the time, Leighton? Because if you want to do some, if we want to look at the footprints, can we go over the ES? The ES, it's so much easier for me to see in the footprints because it's not as wild as the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's like a little caged animal, just ready to just do whatever. Where the ES, it is much easier because of the rotation, and it's slower. It's not like I'm going to put you to sleep with a lullaby like the bond's slow, right? But it's slower than the NASDAQ. Oh, good. Yeah. So if you trade the ES, we can definitely do that, and I can do a little bit of analysis in the footprints. Let's practice the ES. Give me a day between anybody. Give me a day between March 31st and Friday. Just a date in between that time frame. That's a date range that I have data for. Jerry, welcome. See you later. Thank you so much for stepping in. Always, always an absolute pleasure to see you, sir. All right. July 6th. Let's do it. I like it. Thank you for giving me a date. A lot of people will just be like, just quiet, and it's like crickets, and then I have to figure out something on my own. And then I feel really dumb. All right. Everything's on the ES. We should be good to go. That's your birthday? Oh, good. Okay. July 6th, it's your birthday. Let's make some money. July 6th, 9:30. We're going to set it up at 8:30 in the morning, only so I can do my PMA. So I can just show you kind of just what I do with my PMA. March 26th, it's beyond my date range for my data. I can only go back to March 31st without downloading data, and I don't want to take the time to download the data in the live stream. That could take a little time. I think I'll switch to ES for some time to trade from next week. You know what, Ram? I know you had a really, really, really bad day today. Okay? Relax. All right? And what I mean by relax is don't think that you need to just, oh, well, I can't have a bad day. No, you can have bad days, most definitely. All right? Just don't try to make any decisions right now in the context of your bad day. All right? I hope that helps a little bit. Probably not much, but hopefully a little bit. I'm just trying to get my bearings of this market a little bit. Broke out of the range here, another range here, broke out of the range there. I like that profile right there, but we won't do that yet. I'll wait. And then let me get my my profile chart up here. Let's get it unmerged. What's going on? I just reset all. Just there. There. All right. And there's the trend. Okay. So we've been trending, and we stopped trending right about here. So this, we start merging into all of the other profiles. Creating this nice little range. Even volume is easier to read in this market. Oh my God. You know what? I'm going to see how I do on this day. I'm going to go back to trading 25 lots in the ES. Watch. Oh, good times. Good times. Sorry it's taking so long to do this. I'm a little slow. There's probably an easier way, but whatever. There we go. Last one. There it is. Okay. So we have our unfair highs, unfair lows beneath us. We've got some. We have some low volume nodes in here. We've got more low volume nodes in here. We have this little area up here. I can do this little one right here. Let's just do an extended on that. We're going to do an extended on each one of these. So that way they pop up better on the 30-minute chart so I don't have to move stuff around as much. And then I'm not going to be too concerned on the downside right now because of everything that's going on. But if we do come down, I would anticipate price action to come down into VPOC. And then from there, I can create another area if I need to from below us. All right. So that's our context. So what's going on in this market? We have an interesting distribution from the previous day. We have a lot of volume accumulating down here around the lows. We have less volume accumulating with some low volume areas inside value. I'm anticipating price action to come up, test higher areas of value, reject below yesterday's high and previous day's high, and move price action back down into VPOC around 501. This is not a bias. This is not a bias. I am not biased short on the day. It's just on the daily perspective. That's where I would kind of work it through it at. So where can you get the footprints? What do you mean? Where can you get the? What do you mean by where can you get the footprints? Do you mean like charting software? What do you mean? Let's see here. We closed above here. That's the market shift bar. So I'm going to go ahead and do the market profile from that bar right hither. and we're going to bring it over. And we're currently not rotational in this market. So we should anticipate price action to extend higher before it comes down. Okay, yeah, so footprints. So I have a footprint chart here, right? I'm just doing a PMA right now, so I have an idea of my areas and how I'm going to trade this day, and then I'm going to start analyzing the footprints. Right now, I'm just going through my PMA, my pre-market analysis, getting my areas of where I would like to do business. I really don't want to do business outside of this area because we're currently creating higher lows within value, and we have not gone back down into value area low. So I'm looking for price action to come up, and I want to be able to go into a possible short position into these areas into here. Here for short. And in here for short. I'm saying long. I need to make these red. You know what I mean? There. There we go. And then let me make this one red real quick, just so we're on the same page. And that's kind of the pre-market analysis for me. Okay. Yellow zones on low volume areas. Yeah, so low volume nodes, those are actually off of the daily perspective, right? Okay. From the daily perspective, I don't have the profiles over here on this. I'd have to draw them from another range over here to get them. So I'm just going to go ahead and go off of the daily perspective off of that at this point in time. I do have this low volume node here, which we could reject from. But my thought is if we reject off of that one, that's actually a good thing. Let's come down through here. Let's come in here and let's go in here and let's look for a short. Right there. And that now includes developing value area or low volume node right here. And so instead of drawing this and bringing it through and just giving us another area and cluttering this area up, let's go ahead and say, okay, if we come up through here in any way, shape, or form or fashion, we come back down again from this area, we would be then looking for a short position from down here. Let it come through because we're making the higher highs in here. What price action could do, this is a possibility, right? Price action can move up above these highs right here. So price action can move up to those highs, pull back into those highs, and go long. Okay. I don't want to go long from there because I'm fading the daily perspective there. Okay. But price action comes up here and comes down and pulls back. We could go long here, and the market definitely has room in order to do that. And then we can go through and just look at daily itself. Daily is kind of looking bullish right now. What are we looking at in terms of the 4 hour and 1 hour? 1 hour is looking a little bearish. The 4 hour is looking bullish. So everything is kind of all over the map on this particular day. Look where the big numbers are in the footprint. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get into that here in just a second. 564.75. Where's 564.75 at in my charts? 564.75. This line right here. This line right here is going to be kind of a line in the sand for us today. I'm going to go ahead and make this line a color that we normally don't use. I don't want to use red. That blue looks good. That blue looks good. Okay. So we're going to use that blue line there. And look, that matches really close with my short down in here. But price action, this line here, we could go long or short off of. It really depends on how everything is setting up. All right, let's go ahead and pause this and let's go into 9:30. All of my lines should be on this chart now. There they are, looking good. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Now we're going to go ahead and start going. We're going to move forward to 9:30, and then we're going to start analyzing order flow. Wait, what time is it? Okay, it's 9:02. 9:10. I want to make sure I don't miss the open at 9:30. All right, right before the open, let's take a look at what we're doing here. Price action is coming back down through VPOC right now, and we hit VPOC and we're just trading up. All right, trading with a vengeance. Where do we have resistance above us? We have resistance right up here above us, which we're trading right through right now. We did hit sellers off of that, and then the market opened. No, we haven't even hit the open yet. It's just extremely volatile right now, coming up into our area. Not a lot to analyze right now on this because price action is just, it's moving a lot. Let's get into a 5-minute on this, though. It's easier to read on a 5-minute chart than a 2-minute in this market. I like to scalp off of a 2-minute of the NASDAQ, but if I'm doing the ES, give me a higher time frame. That way, I'm already automatically giving the market more time to rotate. Max is always the price magnet. Yeah, POC is always a price magnet. Yeah, exactly. Volume point of control, where the most participants have been, right? Treats price like a magnet. It's usually going to go back and test into that area. And you can do that also on your shorter time frame charts, like your footprints. You can look for the same VPOCs and do the same thing. That's what I was looking at over here in this range. When I was looking at it breaking this range, where was that area of resistance? Basically right here at that line. And what happened at that line? We came back down again. And then what happened? We came back down. We came back and we traded through it. And now we're trading higher above it. All right. And so I may not have any form of day trades coming in today, but I'm probably going to have some scalps that I'm going to be able to take from these areas. But I want to be careful and give this market a little bit of time to figure out what it's going to do, because right now it's kind of all over the place. But the 240-minute is saying long. The daily is saying that it wants to possibly go long, but at a point of resistance, or coming off the point of resistance from this high. So yeah, the market's a little bit all over the place at the moment. Let's bring this in here, give it some time. Your high volume right beneath us, right below VPOC or VWAP, anticipating price action to possibly test in there. Here's the pointer in our stand of both long and short, right? And so now we're above this area here. Let's watch the volume, okay? Buyers are coming in, stepping in, coming back down and testing the same area again. See how we're testing the same area? Buyers are strong. We're going to come up and we're going to break this area around the 758. If they're not, we're going to come back down into the 66.75 and come back down through the open. All right. When we come back through the open, watch Delta. Watch where we're at with Delta right now. Right. We still have a strong Delta in this market, which means that there is a lot of buy orders coming into this market as market orders. Okay. Market orders are market driven orders. See how we just came and popped through here? There's our support. We should not come back down and test this now. If we do, and we come back and test this area again, and we don't hold it, anticipate price action to come through the open and test back into this higher volume down below us. Footprint, always look left. Exactly. Always look left. See where your high volume is. See where your other areas are, right? I don't need to look left right now too much because I'm in an area in the daily perspective. right? This is a low volume node. And what do I have above this low volume node? I have a trailing off of volume with another low volume node above us. This is the low volume node here that we didn't want to trade out of today because we were anticipating price action to move a little bit higher before we're actually interested in looking at positions. And if we do reject off of here and we come back down through this area, right, this blue line is my line in the sand of a higher time frame chart. We get back below that, we can look for a potential short in the market. See how the high volume is right where that area is that I just drew, right? That means that a lot of volume is accumulated here before and it's accumulated again. The last time it accumulated, it rejected, and we're seeing that being rejected again. And if you're being rejected like that, there's no reason, even though it's 9:30 and close to the open, there's no reason to not take a short into that area and just take it for a scalp. You're not looking for a day trade. You're not looking at anything else. You're just looking for a possible scalp position. Now let's see what happens in this bar to see where we close above or below this line. Still looking at VWAP as holding this as possible support. Look left to be right. DJ Vito. I didn't even see that comment was from you. How you doing, sir? How was your day? You had a good day today? A lot of people have come in here today talk about that they kind of got killed in the market today. And always look left. Yeah. Leighton is another individual that has a really good idea of what is going on in the markets. Looking at fair value and those type of things for areas, looking at static profiles as well to get his areas, and then he wants to start using footprints to time himself into his positions. He thinks that'll give him a better entry point than price. And the reason why I'm telling DJ Vito this stuff is he is a former pit trader in the oil market from the early 90s. I don't know how long he was in the pit for, but I do know that he was in the pits around 1991. Excellent trader. On days like today, if you're a novice, the prop firms make a fortune. 100%. Exactly. 100%. Missed out on a couple of opportunities here already to the downside. I missed out on one up here, and I missed out on one right here around the VPOC right here. But it's early, and so I'm trying to be conservative. Yeah, you had a cousin trade natural gas. So yeah, so I mean, I've only been streaming for this is my 5th week, and I've already somehow attracted individuals like Vito and a few others along those lines, like you as well, that have an idea of what's going on and how to trade. So we're building a pretty good community here of individuals, all with the design that you can't teach traders how to trade, but you can develop them. Her husband was an international banker. Yeah. I was in investment banking myself. Came right down to that low, didn't we? Right down to that low. And see if it comes back for me here. I don't even know if I really want it to come back for me. We're in a really weird place in the ES right now. And the reason why I say that is we're coming off of a strong move from the 240. We're coming off of an area of resistance, which we could continue down. Price action is on the daily chart is currently above yesterday's close, so we're looking at a long, but we're pretty much right at the close with resistance above us on the other time frames. And then the 1 hour chart is absolutely sideways and doesn't have any idea what it's doing. Ever watch Trading Places with Eddie Murphy? Yes, absolutely. Great movie. Great movie. You got a story there though, I'm pretty sure. What's up? What's your story? Yeah, I don't want to short this with this strong of a bar behind me. And I'm anticipating price action to continue higher here too. But I really wanted to take a short from this high volume node over here. This little area right in here. But I really don't want to fade the daily chart right now. They nailed it with the pits. Did they really? I'm gonna have to watch that again now. It's been a long time since I've seen it. Were they actually on the floor when they filmed it? Wow, that's awesome. And so they were actually on the pits as trading was actually taking place. That's amazing. So there's 4 positions now this morning. There was this short here off of this high volume. There's this long down here off of this. There is this short down here off of here, what I was just talking about. And I haven't done anything. Okay, so the pits were closed, but did they bring everybody in like they were like the runners and everybody else, and then they just turned around and did like a mock? Is that what they did? How did they make it so close to how it really was? Or let's go into a little bit of order flow here, just to look at the analysis. So right now we're just trading between these 2 areas of value, right? VPOC, right? Now we're trading back down again. Look at the volume here, okay? If it's sellers, we're going to break this low and we're going to test into this area. Now look here at this high. See how we had this higher volume here and then kind of the shelf, right? We have that same higher volume here equal price, and price action is not even able to get higher. And we just rejected off of that area again. All right. So now should anticipate price action. I wasn't watching to see where the buyers came in here in support. Let me watch this for a second. Okay, so there's your push up, right? But look at the low volume here. Look at the low volume comparatively. It's pretty much the same. You don't have buyers coming up here at the highs. Anticipate possible rejection of the lows to be tested. When you're looking at the lows to be tested, you don't want to try to shorten this area as it's coming back up again. Wait for it to get back through the open and short down through here, testing the lows. Okay, there's times where you can get in here, not in a strong bar like that. You want to wait. You want to wait for sellers to prove that they want to be in the market. The daily is still above the previous day's close. You want to keep that in mind and turning around and trying to short this market. Now we're starting to accumulate some more volume here at the high. Anticipate this high to break. The high of the current bar to break and to come in and test the previous bar. And there it goes. We're back above this area again, right? This area is one of those areas where we can go long and short off of. That's why it's a different color on my chart. And we're coming back into this area on the 30-minute, but this is not the area that we want to take trades from. We're anticipating price action to move higher because of the way that we're holding VPOC on value. Anticipating, because price action is not fully rotational, to anticipate the price action to extend higher. And I don't know why I'm not scalping any of this either. Anticipating a pullback here. Anticipating it to possibly come back down and test into here. Into here. This higher volume. We're holding the higher volume below us. Price action is going to break previous high. Is this our pullback maybe? Yeah, I wanted to be out there. That's okay. We're going to go ahead and move our stop below VPOC in case it holds. But I'm looking for the structure to hold above this area. I want to be out one up here just to reduce risk. I'm anticipating it to come back and test the high volume. I'm going to reduce some of my risk here. I like how VPOC just shifted higher, anticipating that to pull price up. I want to see this come back through the open. There we go. First position is out. I'm going to go ahead and move my stop to a break even. There's no sense in taking an expense position. And there we go. So there's the first little scalp of the day. She sent me a clip of the movie and they actually described how the pits work. Oh, that's awesome. Sorry, Vito. I was paying attention to a trade there. I was ignoring you. I apologize. Not very neighborly of me. Not very neighborly of me. I appreciate you. I really do. All right, so price actions continue to just kind of just hover into this area. This is the high volume here that I should have been entered off of right down here. Off the pullback, anticipating price action to test into this area, reject, and there's the entry right in here. I think I was entered a little bit too high. No, this is ES. Have an ES trader in here that wanted to take a look at the ES. They wanted to do some order flow. Order flow for me is easier to read in the ES than the NASDAQ. NASDAQ can be spiky, as we all know, to say the least. It's just easier to read the order flow in the ES, and I'm noticing too that it's actually easier for me to scalp in the ES than it is in the NASDAQ, just because of the rotations. And I can see everything a little bit better, and it's slower. I think that's really what it boils down to. It's just slower than the NQ. And for a continuation play here to the upside, test this high over here and see if it does it. I don't like that it's just pausing here. It's calmer, exactly. More rotational. So we're currently up 400 in the position, so I'm going to lock in 200. $350, 400, move it up just a little bit more because we're not breaking the high there. And there's a nice little scalp to the upside, taking pretty much what the market will give me. Absolutely continue to go. That's okay. This isn't a day trade. This is just a scalp. I would much prefer to limit my risk on a scalp than to try to increase my risk in looking for higher profits. Take for the market what it giveth. Don't hope and pray that it will give you more. Hey, Jan, how's it going? Didn't even see you over there. I apologize. I hope I didn't take too long to say hello to you. I hope you're having an amazing day. Just one tick the high. See how he took that high out, but look at the high volume up here. If that was buyers, we would have continued to push higher, right? So that's not buyers up there. That's sellers right now. And so we can use that information for us as this continues to trade. But that right there, I could have been short off of. I took my eyes off of the charts for a few seconds and missed that. But this is also coming from a pullback or a rejection area from a higher time frame view as well. Everything's going great. Family's doing good. Everything's doing great. I traded live today, and the stream did good on that. So no, it's all starting to come together. Thanks for asking. I appreciate you. How about you? Family's good and everything else? So I want to reiterate this here. This is kind of an important bar right here. So we broke the highs and the high volume above that high. We got more volume. If that's buyers, you're going to break the high. Okay. And if it comes back down through into this area, it's not buyers up there. It's more probable than not that it's sellers. You can test the VPOC, and if it's sellers, you might trade in this area a little bit. And then when you break down through here, anticipate a continuation move to the downside. Especially being in an area on a daily perspective, and I just missed it. I didn't have it on my chart. And that's rude. It was not the brightest thing of me. And then, of course, what do? Hit VWAP and stall out. And so we don't have, see here, right? Come down, you break the low again, you have that higher volume. Well, look, you've got 576 buyers, 203, 317. When you came down, 428, 352, 62. You're raising on lower volume here. And then you get the higher volume stepping in afterwards. That's also showing signs of a buyer stepping into the market. Everything good from my side. A lot of love from you, bro. Take care of yourself, your family. Stay blessed and happy. My prayer with you. Absolutely. Same. All that right back at you, my friend, and so much more blessings and good tidings to you, your family, your loved ones, and everybody else. And I hope that you have an amazing rest of your day. And if you are ready to go to bed, hope you sleep well and have an amazing day tomorrow. With this bar here closing where it did, I'm not really inclined to try to take a scalp off of this. It's just non-directional. And when you have non-directional movement in the ES, you should be anticipating a bit more rotation. And when you're at that area of rotation, you can pick a side if you want to, but I just don't do that on my end. So I'm still sitting here waiting. We do have that area here, right? Remember, I mentioned this area multiple times where you could be a buyer and a seller from the same area. Right now, we're looking like we want to hold this area to the buy side. Keep that in mind. Very low volume here at the low. See if we test into this high volume over here. More sellers coming in here, a lot more sellers coming in here than over here. We can't even break the low. If the market can't go down, what is it doing? And you need to ask yourself that. If the market can't go down, what is it doing? It's doing something other than going down. And if it's not going down, you probably want to do something other than looking at the short side. So I'm going to take a stab here to the north side of the market and see what happens with it. I don't like the fact that we're stalling here at the high. And now we're in that same scenario, right? The market can't go up. So what is it going to do? Bro, you know what? Today I had to left my apartment. My friend didn't do good with me, and I was in depression and smoking cigarettes. Now I am sleeping in a friend office and sofas. I have accepted it. You know what? That the fact that you acknowledge that, and two, that you've accepted that, okay? That's amazing. Life life goes through phases, and you're in a phase of life right now which is a little bit more difficult than other phases. But you realize it, you recognize it, and you're going to get through it. And how do I know that you're going to get through it? Because of the attitude that you have with that. And I really am sorry that you're going through that experience right now. I'm also very grateful that you have a friend that's allowing you to stay in their office and you've got a place that you're safe, that you can be at, you can get some rest, and you can do all of those other things that you need to do. But with your attitude and where you're at and the way that you're looking at it, this is going to turn around for you. And I can't wait to hear that story of how it turns around. I'm talking, I'm not paying attention. I should have been out with that market up there at break even when we didn't break those highs again. But I didn't. I took a nice big hit there of $1,000 and I paid for my discretion. Or lack of discretion, I should say. Everyone betrayed me and they kicked me out, and I am seeing everything. This world hurts, but I'll take it as lesson. The pain doesn't have to define you. I don't know why I'm stuck on the long side right now, other than the fact that I'm really looking at this daily perspective and I want to be long as I'm through the close of the previous bar. And I'm having a very hard time with that at the moment. I'm not trading the ES well on this particular day at all. Even here, getting in too early, I need to wait for a pullback a little bit farther than that before looking for a continuation. This isn't the NASDAQ. It's not just going to have a knee-jerk reaction. We're probably going to come up and test here into one of these three areas before we start moving back down and test into the low. The higher volume here, anticipating this high to break. Moving up into the higher areas. Missed the fill. That's okay. That's all right. Almost there. Not quite. We come back up though. Now we have like it's this double distribution bar, right? And price action is just rotating between the two areas of high volume. Well, we're not breaking through VPOC on this current bar. That means that we're probably going to come up and test the highs here and break the high. When I say probably, right, I'm not saying it's going to, it's probabilities, right? We're just looking at the probabilities. We're looking at the tea leaves of participants and how they're forming in here in the context of overall volume. And we're just doing a volume analysis of what we'd anticipate price to do based upon what the participants are doing. And now we've kind of formed this whole area of volume now by trading up here, right? We haven't been able to break those highs, but we haven't been able to get through this VPOC either. So we have buyer support down here, okay? We have some resistance up here, all right? But buyers support, if we don't have sellers in here, what are they probably going to do eventually? Break the highs and see if there's participants. We just tried to get in below the open, unable to do it. We're going to test the highs, and we're going to see if sellers are willing to get into the market at higher prices because they're not willing to get into the market down here. And now buyers weren't able to get up there. So now we're going to test this area again to sellers get involved in the market. If not, we're just going to go right back up and test the highs again. And eventually, at some point in time of doing these tests, somebody's going to start participating in the market in one particular direction or the other. And this is why I was saying earlier, I didn't really want to be in off of this particular bar that was over here because it was non-directional. And we're showing nothing but signs of being non-directional in this market right now. VPOC or VWAP is still showing, is still holding a support here. The 240 and the hourly are showing non-directional bars as well. We need to put that into context here too. Not seeing anything in the context of direction or non-directional. But I am below the blue line here and I am short. And I'm anticipating that this range at some point in today and in this particular day is going to break. Do we break down to the downside or do we break to the upside? Don't know. Don't have any idea. But the line in the sand is kind of this blue line right now. And we're below it, so I am short. And I didn't short up here and above these areas because I was anticipating price action to possibly move to higher prices above us to test yesterday's high before coming back down. See, we're holding that line in the sand as resistance. Resistance, traded through, resistance, support, traded through, support, traded through, resistance. Line in the sand. That high volume down here below us, we can't come back down and test that. We already know that we have our resistance up here, right? We already know that this bar here at its open, this previous bar right here, right, showed resistance as well. We're getting above that at the moment, trading right into it, getting above it a little bit. We keep on testing into the lower prices and we keep on testing into the higher prices. What is that telling us? Eventually, this market is probably going to break to the upside. Because sellers are not involving themselves into the market at lower prices. And so we're just rotational. Until what? One side gets more aggressive than the other. And we could tell that we were not getting aggressive down there at the lower prices, but we kept on testing the highs. And eventually buyers are probably going to get aggressive out of those highs. And sure enough, that's exactly what they did. Now we've moved right back into the old area of resistance where the buyer's stepping in at right here in this area with this low volume here, kind of anticipating price action to be rotation around here a little bit, fill in this volume and see what happens from there. Probably going to go back up now again, fill in that volume. Sellers aren't stepping in, filling in the same volume area again. Now look to get above that area. A lot of buyers here. See if price action breaks the high. A lot of buyers here. And there's the high break. Right into that VPOC right above us. Do we get up there? My next entry is just below that VPOC price, and we can't get back up there. Oh, great question. If a person knows nothing about order flow, how'd you guide him how to start from where to start? Ahmad, great question. Okay, here. What I would suggest is this. Does that pop up in a link? It should, but it does not. I wonder if there's something wrong with the bot or something. Here, let me get you a link. And I'm not just telling you to go to a Discord community and then turn around, and have a Discord community you have to purchase. That's not what I'm doing here. Okay. I've got a lot of videos out there. I've been doing this for 5 weeks now. I've been teaching individuals how to read order flow, just like I'm doing right now, mostly in the NASDAQ. I've had a couple people recently ask me about the ES though. So I've kind of moved over to the ES and some of this practice and doing some things in the ES. All right. What is your current style of trading? Like, what do you have areas that you trade off of? Do you use indicators that you're trading off of? What are you coupling your order flow with? That would be my first question I would ask you. Very low volume here at the high. Much lower volume than before over here. Anticipate price action to go through the open. Now that we're through the open, do we come back down a little bit? We got some delta down here, which is turning south on us. Well, I trade smart money concepts. I know nothing about order flow. Okay, so smart money concepts. Are you talking about like volume profiling and those type of things? Are you talking about more like ICT for trading the filling of the gaps on higher time frames for gap fills? All right, so there's the target. ICT. Okay, yeah. As soon as you said smart money concepts, that's what I was expecting because that's how they market it. Um, I'm thinking. I'm thinking about how to answer your question. Um, I don't know anybody that's matching ICT with order flow. I'm not even so sure that even matching order flow with ICT is a good idea anyhow. And here's why. Okay. Because in ICT, you're always going to have your pullbacks and you're always going to have the fibs that you're pulling from, and you're always entering the market based upon an expectation of a certain market condition, which would be a pullback to go back into the direction of where the market was going from the gap. Okay, so you filled the gap and you're looking for it to come down from the fill, and then you're looking for a reversal and a continuation. Okay, that works in rotational markets, but that's not going to work in a trending market condition. Okay, and order flow isn't going to help you to be able to know if the market's trending or not, because order flow, you want to be in the the market is an auction. It's not price, it's an auction. And ICT is just looking at markets as a price. Okay. But here's the thing about price: price is merely the result. The result of what? The result of the auction itself. And it takes participants to move price action one direction or another. And when you're just looking at price, you're only looking at the result of the auction. You're not looking at the participants of the auction that are making the auction move in the first place. Okay. And so you're already at a disadvantage. And it's unfortunate because they market it as smart money concepts. I'm from investment banking. I have another trader in TikTok who was on the pits of the floor. Okay. A floor trader in the pits and oil back in the early 90s. Okay. I took my first trade in 98. The concepts of fibs is not smart money. Okay. It's just not. I can't lie to you about that. All right. No institution out there, institutional trader or asset manager, or anything else along those lines, are looking at those numbers. Not a single person. And nobody is trading based upon those levels or those areas at all. ICT markets it like that. And I'm not saying anything bad about ICT. I'm not saying anything else. What I'm saying is if you're coming into a room like this and you're asking how to do order flow to match it with ICT, it means that you must be struggling with ICT a little bit, because if you weren't, you wouldn't be looking for other things. Okay? Understand the market, understand the auction, understand how to read market participants within the auction, and match that with, that should be long, match that with ICT if you want to. Match that with pullbacks if you want to. Okay. But be very, 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 very careful thinking that your gap fills that you're taking trades off of is what smart money participants are doing. I mean, who's even smart money to begin with? That's a concept that doesn't even. When you understand the auction itself and how the market moves as an auction, those concepts completely fall apart. So how do you learn how to do this? Learn to create a proper pre-market analysis. Learn how to define areas that you want to do business in, not because a bar gapped and not because price is telling you, because participants and price is telling you. And develop yourself as a trader, because anybody can identify a gap in price, and anybody can identify or put on fibs from those levels and then turn around and trade those levels. And if anybody can do it, that means anybody should be able to be a trader if that's what makes a trader. And if then that's following smart money, then everybody should be following smart money and everybody's making money from the markets. And they're not. And if you want and you're serious about becoming a trader, you need to develop yourself into a trader and stop doing what everybody else is doing that's not working. I hate to break it to you. I don't want to be that guy, but I can't. I can't just not say something when I know better. And now it's up to you and what you decide you want to do next. The ball is in your court. I don't teach people methodologies. I don't sell a course. I don't do anything along those lines. I believe it's possible to develop traders, and I'm just here developing myself at the live edge, both in live trading. Here's the results for last week. And I've only been trading in a prop account for the last 6 days. There's the results. And I'm not saying this to say, hey, look, look at me, blah, 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 whatever it might be. No, that's not what I'm doing here, right? Those are the results. Okay. And I've been trading live in streams doing this. This day was not in a stream. This day was in a stream. I'm getting better at being able to trade in streams because I'm developing myself. If you want to do something, you got to develop yourself into it, right? And taking price levels off of a gap, thinking that smart money is doing that because you were told that, that's not how individuals make money long term in the markets. I've been doing this since 1998. Vito's been doing it longer than me. We're both in 100% agreement that that's not the way it works because we know better, because we've been there. And we've also been on the institutional side. I wasn't a market maker. I wasn't in the pits like him, but I was on the institutional side. I do have an idea of what the institutions are looking at as well. And they're just not looking at your figures. And from this bar here, I should have been long from the pullback down in here, like right in here. I should have been long on this bar. But I was talking, I missed it. Still in the short. There's nothing in here telling me of any way, shape, or form or fashion that I should be in a short. Everything is telling me that this market is going to break up to the upside and not go down. I need to figure out how to talk to these ICT guys because they have a belief in the methodology and they should because they were sold into that belief. And I need a better way of, instead of trying to challenge their ideologies, I need to be able to demonstrate the difference between the concepts. And I just don't know how to do that. Not yet. I'll get there. I've only been doing this for 5 weeks now. This is my 5th week. I will definitely get there. So Vito, are you still here? Or did I lose you in this process here? This trade kind of irritates me. Like I said, I should have been long on this bar. Get a bar that closes in its top 1/3 range. A lot of volume at its low, right? And then this bar here comes down into the high volume below it. Anticipate it to rotate back up. And this is what happens when I get sidetracked. Lose the feel of the market. I stop watching all the things that I need to be watching. Above the close on the previous day of the daily. This is a replay. So I was going to ask you, why the NASDAQ over the ES for you? Why did you pick the NASDAQ over the ES? There's got to be a reason. Yeah, this is a replay from July 6th in the ES. Somebody wanted me to take a look at this day. Because it's freaking crazy. Because the NASDAQ is freaking crazy? Is that what you're saying? That's how I took it. Because I have to agree with you if that's the case. That's one of the reasons why I'm in the NASDAQ as well. Yeah. ES is much more rotational, and it can be easier, but it can also be more difficult because of the rotations. And I think that there's more, because of the sheer size of the ES, I feel like there's a bit more institutional manipulation going on in that market than in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is just wild. And I think there's more retail traders in it, which makes it more wild. But it also seems to test and hold areas better than the ES. I mean, do you agree with any of that? That's why I used to try the Russell. You know, Russell's the old NASDAQ. Except for you could hit the Russell with more size. You can't hit the NASDAQ at one price with 18 contracts, with 18 lots like you could the Russell. More retail traders, more liquidity. Yep. Russell puts you to sleep. The Russell used to be wild, like the NASDAQ. It really did. I don't know if you remember that or not, but the Russell it would move at times. The ES was like in really tight ranges a lot of times, 4, 6, 8 points, right? Sometimes even less than 4 points. And then the Russell, would actually move with a much wider range. And now it's the NASDAQ that has the widest of the ranges, and we still have the ES as very rotational. ES comes, closes, tests right in here, opens, it should be long in this bar. And I'm stuck in this short and just watching it continue to go against me. Yeah, the Russell is basically small cap banks, not much going on. Right. Well, I'm talking about the Russell in the context of like 2011, 2012, not today. I'm talking about years back. The Russell today is not what it used to be by any stretch of the imagination. What is it about the Dow? The YM. What is it about the YM that just they just trade that? Huh. Even more so than the NASDAQ? Because I think the NASDAQ is pretty predictable. I think the NASDAQ is actually more predictable than the ES. I think the ES will probe areas more and retest areas more. create these like little lower lows in here, right? And then these little higher highs, because where your stop's going to be. Do you agree with him? Do you think the YM is more predictable than the NASDAQ? Or do you like, it's a wild, crazy ride on the NASDAQ, let's just go for it? Because if anybody can predict the NASDAQ, your name would be one of the top on the list, if not at the top, from your work. It is 6, isn't it? And if it's 6, that means that the markets are live. And if they're live, why am I doing replay when I can be in here actually doing something? Yeah, I missed it. And it's just like yesterday. What did I miss? Let's see. I'm bringing my charts up right now. Let me see if I can figure out what I missed. Let's see. Let's see. What did I miss? Let me find out. Let me get onto the overnights here in this perspective. Well, we came up and tested the close. I know you said something, and I'm trying not to read it so I can see if I can figure out what I missed myself, if that makes any sense. I think I see it. Yeah, you missed a decent short. Yeah, I did. I did miss a decent short from like right hither. Right there. Entry. It's a very decent short. Did you hit that? Ask stupid questions, get stupid answers. I get it. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. All right. Well, let's look at this, right? Let's really look at this. Let me come off of the replays. Let me do all of that, and let me stop trying to develop and really come in here and just start trading. And get my charts set back up here because they're all messed up now from rearranging them. I need to stop doing that too. It's a little long establishing itself here from 156.25. I don't know if I would want to necessarily go long in this current market condition, but that would be in context of looking for price action to move back up into value area high of last session, which would be at 164. Price action went to 165. Not a bad little scalp. Right at the open, we failed at previous week's low. Right at the open, we failed at previous week's low. Yeah, because already yesterday. Yeah, of course we did. Yeah, and that's exactly what I was looking at. Well, and yesterday we ended up closing the US session, right? We ended up closing the ETF session, the Globex session, the last session, right at last week's low. Is what we did. You and I need to come on here and do this together is what we need to do. And so I was looking at the close. I wasn't looking at last week's low, but I was looking at the close, but it's the same exact price. And we did. We absolutely held it. We came up into where is it? Here we go. We came right up into the high of the last range before coming down before the close. Right into that area. Like a magnet. And then just trailed off. Good trade. Good trade. I want the ability to speak here. It might be let's talk about it. I'm absolutely 100% open to it. Really, I truly am. I mean, your analysis and my analysis are very, very, very similar. But I don't it's not just about my stream and growth and followers and stuff. It's about you as well and what your goals and what your plans, what your whole reason is for doing this as well. And so yeah, let's sit down and talk about that one of these days. Also, we are trading below that yearly level I posted. Yeah, exactly. You trading below that. Yes. Yes. I've been looking at your levels. I've been looking at your numbers. In fact, your numbers today helped me gain the confidence. I had an area to go long this morning, and I did go long, but it was also at the number you were talking about as the buy sell at the same price. And so I was long right from that area, but I only went long one contract because the hourly chart hey Leighton, thank you for that. I appreciate it. The hourly chart here and here was just so down that I went ahead and I took a long position off of that 82. But I only went one lot and I was down $104. And then I went short and I was targeting one of the areas off of the daily chart. And then that target didn't quite get hit, but I still had revenue today of a little over 1,500. Trading 4 lots in the micros after taking the expense. and Vito, I'm in the same boat as you. I don't have anything to gain in this either. I don't have a course. I don't have anything else. I really, really, really just want to come in, provide great information to help develop individuals. I don't care about having a course teaching people to trade. We've talked about it. I don't even think we can teach people to trade, right? Because the execution is up to the trader themselves. But I truly believe that through demonstration, through some form of teaching technique, you can help traders develop. That's what I believe. I believe that's possible. People get winning trades from me. I want 99 cents. If you make money, give me $1. Don't even give me $1. Just give me 99 cents. I love it. I'm in the same boat. I'm in the same exact boat. Yeah. Now, how do we give back to the trading community in a meaningful way? Send it to 1313 Mockingbird Lane. I want mine to go to the Death Star. Bring it Mockingbird Lane. Just send it to the Death Star. Oh, man. Now, another question for you. Is there another short in here for you in this, or is this fiddling in the middle? I know the address. I know the address. It's from the Munsters, right? For break below 135, you can probably jump into it. And so you're much more into trading like the breakouts of like this area in here rather than trying to come in and saying, okay, there's a price action development here. You're looking at it in terms of you got that low put in. Now, if you want to take a position in direction of longer term charts, look for a breakout of a significant low. Yeah. Yeah. No, and I knew the address. I didn't know the 1313, but I knew the address. But like I was trying to think of an address too, and I couldn't think of one, so I just thought of the Death Star. But the address I was thinking of was from oh man, what is it? I can't even I can't, my brain is not working right now. What is that? One 1428 Elm Street. You're short from 210. Are you still short from up there? You're still holding that? Of course you are. That's such a dumb question. Why am I asking you dumb questions tonight? You're short from 210? Oh, yeah. Okay, I would have been two. Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you loud and clear, my friend. Oh man. Man. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah. Let's talk. Let's talk. You have a microphone? I have Riverside. I have Teams. I've got all sorts of stuff that we can use in terms of technology for doing like a podcast joint stream. I could bring you on if you have a microphone. Um, I could have all of that, and we can manage it through that whole process very simply. You have Teams, yeah, and it's the same thing. Well, Teams will be more difficult to stream off of, though, isn't it? Um, yeah, Teams, I don't even know how to actually stream off of that. Where I can use um Riverside, for example, run everything through OBS like I am right now, and very easily shift over to your screen, shift over to my screen, and do that stuff without handling it. Yeah, exactly. And then you can talk when you want to. You can bring yourself into mute, interrupt me anytime you want to, and still have the ability to share your screens. Is that something that you would be down with? Or do you even not want to share your screens? It's completely up to you. I'm definitely not telling you that you need to. I'm just talking out loud. Oh my God, this would be so much fun. No, Jenna Jameson, she'll be fine. Oh, good times, good times. Um, all right. I am going out of town Thursday through Sunday, but I'll be back Sunday early. You want to get together this next week and talk about that, see if we can't figure out some logistics and work on that a little bit, and then possibly the next week get started with it. Would you be okay with that? Veto, the pump doesn't count. Sounds good. Yeah, let's do that. I would love to have you on here sharing your perspective, sharing your expertise, all of that. I would definitely get it set up this weekend if I was going to be here, but I have a friend that's not doing well health-wise, and I'm gonna go and they have like 15 acres. I'm gonna go and do some mowing and some other things along those lines, just kind of help them out a little bit. You're the husband that leaves the house? Yeah, I'm the husband that never leaves the house. I literally haven't left the house for like 10 days. I haven't gone outside for like 2 or 3 days. I work out, so it's not like I'm just sitting here all the time, right? But no, I am highly focused. I have a purpose. I have a purpose. I have something that I really, really, really want to do with all of this. We can talk about that later as well. Um, but yeah, no, I am old enough that I should probably know better, but probably old enough not to care. We gotta take you to Hollywood. Well, there's got to be plenty of that going on in New York. New York is probably more of the hub. Nevada is just legal. That's what we need. We're gonna. You know what? We're changing your screen name, Vito. You're gonna be the Italian gigolo. There you go. There it is. And you're right. I could have definitely jumped in below the 135, and I did not. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and do this week. Let's get on at 6 p.m. I probably won't even do replays at for the rest of this week. I think I'm probably about replayed out in the context of what it is that I'm able to do in terms of getting myself where I'm able to do this live through the stream. I think with you being there in the stream as well is going to help me stay focused as well, because we're just going to be talking about the markets and those type of things. Um, I have an individual we can use as a mod to help bring in questions as well, so we don't even really need to read chat. They can come on every once in a while and just go ahead and ask us the questions when we have a lull in the market, and we can answer something and get right back into trading. Yeah. Well, we will discuss we can discuss Sunday, Monday, whenever you have time. Just let me know. And we'll just go from there. I look forward to it. Vito, you're amazing. You really are. Truly, truly appreciate you, my friend. Okay. Well, on that note, I am going to call it a night. I've been here for quite some time today. Um, I had a lot of stuff going on as well, so I was pretty distracted the majority of the day. Um, is this a retracement or the move back up? From what I'm seeing this as a higher probability of a retracement instead of a move back up. And I'm looking at that possibly because of we're still holding unfair lows here, right? So value area low as possible resistance to come into the market. We haven't broke that yet. Before this is going to be a rotation to the upside, possibly into the 637. I would expect price action to at least move above that, and we're still pretty heavily against the daily close as well. What do you think? Do you agree with that? I'm Imram. Welcome. I haven't seen you for a while. How are you doing? Do you agree with that, or are you 121 and a half structure? So I failed the test is what it boils down to. 121 and a half is structure. I'm looking. I am looking. Well, I'm not going to get that number out of anything that I'm looking at. Um, so I'm going to ask you, is this the retracement or the move back up? I don't think it's the move back up yet. I think we're going to come back down and at very least test back into the 131 and a quarter is what I think. You didn't know you were asking me. So if this is a structure, what I'm looking at is for price action, the value area low is 164. Okay. Anything above 164, we're back into the rotation. Until then, the way that we extended today, I'm anticipating price action, at least in the Asian section, to continue down. But I do have kind of a line in the sand at 131.75. 131.75. We are in unfair lows of the daily perspective in this in this low volume node where you're anticipating possible price action to come in and hold the level, right? but price action came up and we haven't had a really good retest yet. And I would be expecting a retest back down into the 131.5 to retest those lows. Now we're in a kind of a fully rotational market. The risk down to 124 from a 131 entry wouldn't be too bad. That's easy to manage. 132, 124, we're only talking about 9 points, right? So very easy risk to manage, looking for that long at that 131.5. Below that, we're looking at a continuation to possibly down into the 845 area, and then which was plenty of room if that structure breaks here. If this structure breaks here, right, we have plenty of room to the downside into 931 and into 843. But I wouldn't be looking for a structure to hold to the long side until we break through 164. We break through 164, come back up into the 170, 179, 180 area, and then back down into the 164 for a continuation play to the upside. That would be my anticipation. That would be my plan of action. Thoughts? Anything you disagree with there? Anything you would correct me on? So 875 is my ultimate target. Yeah. Yeah, I know your target down at the 27, right? And so here's that area I was talking about. We came down and we broke that low by only a couple ticks and immediately find buyer support coming into this market. Oh yeah, no, I know that's not a typo. Yeah, no, I know where your target is. And I mean, we started that directional target today. And I think it's just going to continue to play out. Of course, we're going to get pullbacks and those type of things in that overall context, right? But yeah, no. 27,000, 100%. 27,087 and a quarter to be exact. But 21 and a half needs to be cleared first. Yes. Yes. We have a lot of areas that need to be cleared first. And that's the beautiful part about it, right? Because you start clearing those areas, and what are you going to have? Other areas of pullbacks and stuff in order to be able to get into the market back into the downside and keep chipping away at it and chipping it away at it until eventually you get there. Rome wasn't built overnight. 27,000, 87 and a quarter isn't going to be hit overnight. And just like, the to the upside for anything we can have here moving us into higher prices, we got to clear 164. I don't think 164 is going to be easy for this market to clear either. 164 could be one of those lines in the sand, and actually it's right up here, right below. It's right above VWAP. Let it go back up to VWAP and then just short, and then you have your if you're short of VWAP at 160, you can have your stop up there at 180, and you're probably not going to get hit by that 180. Aren't I mentally tired of doing scalping for years? No, not at all, Secret. Not at all. I should be, but I'm not. I'm a machine when it comes to this stuff because I love the markets. I love this. This isn't a passion. This isn't something I'm doing to make money even. This is, I don't know. I can't even tell you what the markets are to me. I just know it's almost like an obsession. It's almost like my the markets are almost like my what's the word I'm looking for? Soulmate. It's like the one thing in life that I can't see myself living without. And I did for 6 years, and I thought that I walked away from them. And the second I got a taste of them again, it was all over. And now things are just so much clearer to me than they ever were before. Things are just so much more, I don't know. I don't know. Just that's all I can say. But no, I don't get mentally tired from this. None of that, because it's not, for me, this isn't a grind. It's something that I do because I just absolutely 100% enjoy it. I would eat, sleep, and dream the markets 24/7 if it was possible. Stick an IV in me, I just sit here and just watch price constantly. I wouldn't even do anything else. To me, it's like watching TV. I know. I'm crazy. There's something wrong with me. I'm broken, and that's okay. I accept that. And I wouldn't change it for anything. We're approaching 135. Yeah. Yes, yes. Trading below it, you might have missed your opportunity to jump at the short. Oh, I have. I've definitely I definitely don't have the opportunity to jump into the short. Not even a little bit. This would be chasing it at this point in time. So I'm just going to go ahead and stay out of it tonight and come back into it tomorrow. But you and I are going to start trading at 6 p.m. This is amazing. Do whatever you do your thing at the US session, but man, from 6 to whenever you want to trade, let's do it. Let's do it. We'll talk about that next week too, and what we want to do with, what works for you in trading hours and those type of things. I'm highly flexible. I'm going to follow your lead on most of that because, you know, and again, we can talk about it. You can tell me your thoughts on those type of things. But if you want to do this at 6 p.m., we can absolutely do this at 6 until 8, 9, whenever you want to. Just let me know. If you want to do this in the US session, we could do that. But I don't see any reason to be continuing to do the 3 p.m. that I've been doing if we're going to do something around 6. Next spot to watch is 121.5. Everything is all kinds of messed up right now. Nothing is where it's supposed to be. I gotta get my charts back together again. Do I look up VIX at all? I don't look at VIX, no. I'm pretty sure that Vito does, though. Vito, do you look at VIX? I don't. I used to. Here's the thing. I used to look at so much stuff, and it would give me like a form of analysis paralysis, or I would look at this and be like, well, this is not talking, these two aren't talking the same way, and then I'd kind of have to pick one, and delta divergence and VIX and um what else? Order flow and areas. And I literally, when I came back to trading, I took everything off of my charts completely. Everything. And I only put in what I needed to get to where I wanted to be. And where I wanted to be was a daily intention of $2,000 a day. And I got there in my cash account. And what's on my charts now is exactly what I need in order to be able to do that consistently. Latent trades, no need to. Thank you, Vito. Appreciate it. This is where Vito's expertise comes in from his experience, right? I can say no, and the reason why is, well, I don't need it. But when it comes to Vito's side of things and his institutional experience, he has much better understanding of it. You're welcome. That's what we're here for. I mean, seriously, Vito and I, we got the same ideology here of just working to help develop traders, because the shit that's on social media is not going to work for anybody. And I promise I will never be on stream in a garage with a BMW or a Lamborghini behind me. It's never going to happen. It's ridiculous. You'll be here listening. Well, you might actually join us at one point in time. The way that you're talking about the markets and what you're looking at and how you're looking at it, you know, you're already steps ahead of most traders coming into a stream on social media about trading. So keep that in mind. Can I stream in my 1987 and a half Buick Grand National? 100%. Please do. Does it have the black interior? The black leather interior? Oh, well, that's nice. Well, that didn't work out for us very well, but that's okay though. Well, working out just fine for you. You know, you got in when you were supposed to in the 200s. You know, me trying to scalp out of these little areas down here because I'm a weirdo and on replays when I could be live doing something worthwhile. Whatever. Been trading futures for 1 year, 2 years in April, but I've been trading crypto 5 to 6 years. You can tell by the way that you talk, the way that you're looking at things. You know, you're definitely past the whole indicator stage and those type of things, right? You've got structure. You've got other things along those lines. I think Vito and I will be able to help you develop into um, finding even stronger areas of key entry or key entry points, right? Key areas of interest is what I would like to call them, because they're not entry points. They're key areas of interest where you will be interested in doing business in the market if the market gets to that particular area, but without going into that area with a strong sense of direction. You know, I think Vito and I would be can really help you out in that portion of it. And then when it comes to the order flow, I think by just watching some of the videos out there that I'm producing, some of those things, some of the ways how I read the order flow in this context, right, and what's going on, you're still going to start to pick up a feel for it. And replay, replay, replay. Get yourself a program that you're able to replay the data and really watch the order flow, because it's going to help you get that feel for the market. And when you have that feel for the market and you have areas that you really, really trust in, that that is what makes a trader. Do you disagree, Vito? Ten, welcome. I'm sorry I haven't called you out. You haven't been talking in the chat, but I see you here, and I really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. I'm not trying to alienate anybody. Ah, Vito said, yep. So I take my orders on the dome level to get good entry, but learning footprints would help. Well, yeah, and taking the entries off the dome, absolutely. Now I don't, as you can tell, right? I don't even have the dome up. I don't even pay attention to the dome. Um, I don't, again, I just don't feel like I need it. I used to. I had Jigsaw and I had some other things where I was really trying to pinpoint the entries off the dome of, how orders are being filled and those type of things. Now, I do pay attention to how the bid and the ask is updated based upon last price, right? But if you notice, I don't even have the bid and the ask being painted on my charts because I don't need it. Because in these indices, right, we've only usually have a one tick spread. And so you already know where the bid and the ask is. You're really good with numbers? Well, then yeah, then you're golden. Um, I'm okay with numbers as long as on a number line you start adding the alphabet and the numbers together. No, thank you. No, numbers and I don't even care if you're going to call it a variable or a placeholder or whatever the hell it might be. Letters and numbers do not mix in my head, not even a little bit. So I'm not so good with numbers when it comes to that sort of stuff. I can say the alphabet backwards, but don't put numbers and letters together. It just, no. Makes no damn sense. Maybe I was a quant in my former life because it definitely does not compute in my current life. I majored in philosophy, political science, and economics. I'm one of those individuals. I didn't need to worry about math or the maths or anything else along those lines. And you'd think economics, so yeah, you do, but no, I got into ethics. It's a pre-law major. I did that because it had nothing to do with math. And the highest math I had to get into is college algebra. So I'm one of those people, one of those weirdos. You can talk about quant stuff and I can talk about John Locke. And is it John Stuart Mills? I forgot his first name, but Mills. Who else do I really like? Well, there's somebody I really like, and I can't even think of his name right now. It's been a while since I studied all that stuff. You do look for CISD change in state of delivery. I don't know if you all do. I don't even know what that is. Vito, do you know what CISD change in state of delivery is? Sounds like something that you would do with like a cusp number or something like that in logistics. Sounds like Amazon BS. CHOCH. What is that? See, now you're baking the ignorance. My own ignorance come out, man. That's not nice. This is my stream. Market structure shift. I use price to determine market structure shift. So I don't need anything else but price to tell me what the market structure shift is. So you're looking at technical analysis signal used in smart money concepts to spot the exact moment an existing market trend is starting to reverse. Yeah, no, I don't do that. I use price. and I don't need anything else but price. And my custom profiles like this one right here is drawn directly off of those. And so I already have my market shift. And what 1 hour, I already knew that I was in a rotational market, and I could trade accordingly because of the market shift itself. I don't try to add anything to my charts where there's going to be some sort of time added to it, because anytime you add any sort of indication to your chart that has any relation to time, so like number bars back, anything along those lines, you're adding lag, because time is nothing but lag, and we're our own lag when it comes to the markets, because it'll take us time sometimes to analyze information that's coming to us, right? Or we'll hesitate or something along those lines. We're already adding time into it, so we're our worst lagging indicator already. Why are we adding other lagging indicators to our charts? That's my thought process. Think you're going to make this a pina colada Monday? Absolutely. What I also pay for attention to the 4 hour close. Vito got me onto the 4 hour. He pays attention to the 4 hour, the daily, the hour. He's just wait, just wait. I'm gonna get him on stream this next week, and we're going to, yeah, we're gonna have fun, and hopefully it's going to be extremely helpful to you guys. A pina colada Monday. I think a margarita sounds really good, like a mango margarita, like a good silver tequila, maybe a shot of Grand Marnier over the top of it. This is a little floater. I don't know. This weekend I could have really used a shot of Don Julio, like a 1942. See, that does sound good, doesn't it? Yes. A good mango margarita with a good silver tequila in it. IOF. I'd love to show you one of the indicators I use. I can use two indicators, but it's pretty good for IOF. What's an IOF? Let me look. You ever heard of IOF, Vito? We were at structure at 121.5. Yeah. Yeah, I know. We just traded through it. IOF indicators, technical analysis tool used in financial trading to track institutional order flow, identifying smart money zones, liquidity pools, and market structure imbalances. Yeah. Yeah. I'll let Vito talk to you about that. Oh no, you're good. You're good. I'm limited in a lot of this information. I mean, a lot of this stuff, started coming out towards the end of my first trading career, right around after the 2019 era, right? I mean, we didn't even have footprints until 2011, 2010, 2011, somewhere right around in there, right? 2012, something along those lines. We didn't even have footprints until then. And so, when it comes to some of this other stuff, I'm pretty limited in my knowledge of it. It's not bad. It's just, I'm just not like fair value gaps. I don't even know how to look at a fair value gap. I don't know. Y- y- It's terrible. I know, because I don't speak the same language as you guys. But um you're taught by three UBS traders. They all have 14 plus years experience. Um, you know, um maybe UBS traders are doing stuff like that. I don't know. I know in 2004, 2006, I wasn't using anything like that, but I wasn't in the indices either. I was in commercial mortgage-backed securities. Vito, basically at FVG, was called a novice gap back in my day. Yeah. And so things may have changed a little bit in the context of, new technology and those type of things, different things along those lines. And if there's traders out there that are using it, absolutely, if it's working for you, definitely continue using it, right? Um, I don't know. For me, I don't see it as necessary. And I don't see that I need to get better at what I'm already doing. I just need to do more of what it is that I am doing. That's it. Like this little trade here. This isn't a bad little move. I didn't realize I was in sim when I put it on, and I didn't realize I only had 1 lot instead of 4, but it's not a bad little position. I didn't chase it. I didn't get in around the 135 or below it. I waited for the pullback into high volume. I did all the things. I did all the things. And look, it's just working out. It's just trading off the impulse. Yeah, I mean, and what's the impulse? What is that? What is the impulse? Am I asking that to challenge you? I'm asking you that because, I mean, what is it? I mean, how do you define the impulse? What is the impulse? I mean, Vito's impulse right now is probably go grab a pina colada or a margarita and a pin up a Jenna Jameson. I mean, that's impulse, right? So what does it actually mean? Impulse balance implies. In physics, an impulse balance implies that the total net external force integrated over time equals the net change in an object's linear momentum. And all I'm going to say to that is, bless you, my son. Bless you. I am sorry that you just sneezed that hard, because that didn't learn that in school. Wow, way too complicated. Exactly. Yeah. No, I didn't learn that information in school. I had an Etch-a-Sketch and a dinosaur that I rode to school. And when I fell off, I would fall and break my wooden underwear and get splinters where I didn't want them. Right? That's what I learned in school. I got in trouble in kindergarten, had to learn my alphabet backwards because I couldn't go out to recess and all I could do is look at the whiteboard. It's extremely complicated. An impulse balance implies that the total net external force integrated over time, what equals the net change in an object's linear momentum. And behavioral game theory, I studied game theory, okay, impulse balance equilibrium implies that decision makers adjust their choices to equalize expected upward and downward payoff impulses. Right. That I can understand, that last portion. Okay. But here's the thing though. The market's an auction. It's not a game. It's not game theory. It's an auction. And we're studying an auction. We're not studying a science experiment. We're not studying a thing of physics. We're studying an auction. And a lot of times the auction is driven by retail traders and other individuals along those lines that don't have any clue what they're doing at all. So a lot of it is absolutely random. And in my viewpoint, when you start trying to add physics into something random like this, or ideas from physics and science, right, you lose the art. I'm not even smart enough to process that. I'm with you, Vito. The force portion I couldn't, but I studied game theory, so I can understand a little bit of that, right? But in the context of the markets and game theory, yeah, no, because it's not a game, and we're not rational players. We're not rational players because of the emotional context that trading puts most people in, that they no longer start acting rational. If you want to look at game theory, you've got to put the player as a rational individual. And I would argue that most individuals trading the markets are not rational, they're emotional, and they're driven by fear and greed, not by rationality. And then you have to look at, if they're rational, is the methodology that they're using to apply to the markets even rational to begin with? And then how do you define what a rational methodology actually is? Yeah, absolutely. Please do. Greed is good. Vito, you can't say that. And you're so old school. You're like, yeah, I can say whatever the fuck I want to, and you're 100% correct. Oh my god, that's awesome. I love it. Greed is good. I'm not politically correct. Yeah, I'm not either. Not even a little bit. I don't even have the inclination of the smallest bone of politically correctness inside of me. Absolutely not. That's like no fun whatsoever. Yeah, please do. Definitely send me a picture. Absolutely. Do you have Discord? Do you have my Discord so you can send a picture? Oh yeah, you're right here. Yay. Okay. There we go. We're accepted. So yeah, send it on over. Let me take a look. Yeah, I just added you too. I just accepted your request. Exactly, Vito. I'm the same way too. I am what I am, and you can take me for with a grain of salt, and you can accept who I am, or you cannot accept who I am. But I'm not about to change who I am for you. I'm sorry, not gonna happen. I'd rather enjoy who I am. Oh man. And Leighton, I would never question, what you've learned, who you've learned it from, or anything along those lines, right? At all, ever, right? That's not my place here. That's not my point. Um, I just the whole idea of that brings up a ton of questions in my head. The viability of that idea. But just because I question something doesn't make it incorrect. 121 and a half still in play. I still want to know where you're coming up with that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Impulse, balance, impulse. I see what you're saying there. Okay. What an impulse is a candlestick that closes near its low. Okay. And then the impulse is the pullback after the candle closes near its low that pulls back into the candle itself. But you don't know where the candle is going to be because you don't have any volume in there. So you have no idea. It looks like a random little area of balance. And then you get another impulse after the area of balance. Absolutely. But check this out. Let me show you. Okay. Here's impulse. Okay. Here's impulse right here. Okay. Well, that's not really impulse. That's not a good example. Let's get you a good example of impulse. Here's impulse right here. Boom, impulse. Okay. And then here is balance, right? Oh, God bless it. You can't even see this chart. Damn it. There. Impulse. And then here's balance. Okay. And then what? High volume. High volume. Pull back into the high volume in the balance after the range has been closed down through another area of impulse to another area of balance. There's your entry. You would never pick that up from just price alone. You need volume in order to be able to determine that. And then you have impulse again. Boom, boom. And then you have a little bit of rejection, right? And then you have another impulse, and then you have another impulse, and then you have another impulse with a little bit of rejection, and then you have impulse to the other side without balance. Okay? But we're speaking the same language. You just, for whatever reason, it's more complicated. Exactly, that's your short on the retest of the base. Yeah. 79 cents, I'll tell you. I need the address again. 1335 Mockingbird Lane. Yes. I will address it to Vito Munster. Because I don't know how Venmo works. We look at the same thing. We look at exactly the same thing. Just different language. Yeah, that's all it is. And it's like the language that's being used is like way complicated. Yeah, you sent me the longs today. Absolutely. I'm looking at it right now. Um, no, I mean, and this is exactly it, right? Um, that's exactly what I was looking at here in this time frame. 130, 133, 120. Yeah, we're already through the wait. Hold on. Why do I have a gap here in price? What happened? Do you have a gap in your price, Vito, like I do on my screen right now? Am I seeing something crazy? What's going on? This. Why do I have a gap in price? What happened? I was talking and I missed it. Does everybody have a gap in price? Send you lunch from Lions of Brooklyn? 100%. Done. Done. It's good to know that you can be bribed with food. This is simple. Let's see here. Let's bring this back over here so that way everything is set back up again for tomorrow so I'm not having to move everything around. There's nothing worse than waking up in the first thing in the morning, streaming, and then turning around and having to move everything around in your charts all over again. It's ridiculous. But no, see, it's the same thing in here, right? So here's your longs, here's your shorts, right? Here's your longs, here's your shorts. And then we break out through an impulse, right? But here's a question. Do you really want to try to sell this up here once you have this impulse move up here like this? Do you want to wait until you have a little bit of a pullback, or not even a pullback, but a little bit of a wick, right? Like here, wick, right? Showing rejection within price. Testing 121.5 now. Yeah. I was trying to come back and watch it. Yep, and then you have the shorts up there, and so you're picking up the gaps, right? Well, it's the same thing. I mean, what's your price of the gap there? 76 and 76.2, right? Okay, mine would be drawn from here, where you're looking at a gap like that. I'm looking at this. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. That. Oh, God bless it. I picked the wrong one. Shit. Sorry, Vito. I'm trying to get back over to what I need to be focused on with that stuff. Give me a second. This right here. Right in here. And right in here. Same. Same exact stuff. Right? And then for the longs, right down here. Just like that. Boom. It is stalling. Is this the reversal? What are we stalling at? Why would we be stalling here? Is there anything significant in the context of a stall? And see, should have added into the position at the VWAP. Should have added into the position from up here. My nose. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Here, give me a second. Let's see, where are we? All right, there we go. Now, is this a reversal, Vito? We're still not above the 164, and the 164 hasn't moved. So to me, as long as we're below 160, let's see. Does it show me this number? I don't think it does. It doesn't. Okay, that's fine. But 164, as long as we're below 164, I'm not going to anticipate a reversal. But when we get above 164, it's possible that the reversal can take place. Are you still in your short? Big Lula, welcome. Yeah. I figured you would be. I don't figure you for an individual, it's easy to get shaken out of positions. Especially when you're in at 210. I freaking love that. Oh goodness. And I love the fact that I have on my charts an entry around that same level, around 215, and probably would be filled around 210 because of the speed of the market. It's much easier to hold on to a position when it's trading at 155 from a 210 entry than from a 150 entry. Okay. I'm going to show my ignorance. What is VML? Vito's magical. Oh God. I'm gonna go to Ollivanders in Harry Potter Harry Potter world at in Orlando and get you a wand, and then I'm gonna have that delivered in your food. That was really good. Yes, Vito cracks me up. Guy's amazing. He's so funny. Great sense of humor. Good people. Mm. Oh God, that's hilarious. VML, Vito's magical line. 121.5 did hold, yes. $121.5. I mean, I have a 120.5, but that's a loose number. You keep coming back to the 121.5 like it's a hard, fast number. You're getting that from something, and I have no idea what you're getting it from. Probably from that Bollinger crazy thing you were talking to me about, the CP whatever you can only get on TradingView. I can't even get on my charting software. Yeah, yes, I am short. Yep, I am short. Vito's in here. He's been short from 210. I'm short from this area here in the 150.5 because I came into the game late, but I was short from all the way over here though. So I've been short for a while. I got short in here. Am I trading live? Yeah, I am trading live. I was doing replay and Vito came in here, so I came in live. He's short from 210. I have the same area. But when I was coming over and doing the replay, I put it over onto sim doing the replay, and then when I entered my position, I didn't realize I was still in sim, so I'm not doing it in my prop account. This is only in sim, so keep that in mind. Oh, 211. Sorry, Vito. I gave you I gave you I took away a point from you. I apologize. My bad. one one of these days we're gonna give each other shit over our fills. I'm looking at 164 for me being in kind of the line of the sand in terms of, is this a reversal or is this just a pullback? So 164 is kind of like my line in the sand in that. As long as we're below 164, I'm not too worried about this being a potential reversal in the market. But above 164, we could rotate much higher. We could rotate into the 636 area. Hey, Jerry, welcome up. Welcome back. Welcome back. Um, Maybe time to get out. It might be. It might be about time to get out. We're not making lower lows here. We're keep on trying to test the highs. The only thing of our saving grace right now is we keep getting rejection around the highs, but if we don't break lows, eventually we're going to break the highs. So, how do I get out of the market? Just got myself out. Looking at chart now, that's 212.75 was a great entry. Yeah, so I had 215 up there for my entry, but I mean right at the open, you'd take slippage. Yeah. Yep. 215, 210, 211. Those are all great entry areas and points. Vito is a former oil trader in the oil pits. We're going to discuss next week about possibly doing a joint stream or podcast together. Not saying that that's going to be something that will definitely be happening, but we're talking about it and moving in that direction. So we'll see what happens with that. Let's see what happens at 7:30. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And so yeah, I think that having that perspective of an institutional trader, right? Getting him on here where he's able to actually talk and not just type. I think that would be extremely helpful for individuals. He's a wealth of knowledge and a phenomenal trader. So I think it will be an asset to everybody. Try and blow this up a little bit so it's easier for everybody to see. But we keep holding this area up here. And I'm still looking at 164 to hold. Above 164, you could even hold up into like the 180s, 190s, but anything above 180s, 190s, anticipate price action to start moving pretty swiftly to the upside. Now, I wouldn't say that in one night that the market would get up to 637, but that would be once we're above the 190s, 637 area is absolutely in play. Vito, great trade. I'm flat, as you know. I'm sure you're probably flat as well. Here's the 730 that you're talking about. We're already seeing price action move much higher. 164 is right here, almost there. Yeah, this is fun. There's not too many people that have a love for the market like you do. Apparently, I do too, because I'm always here. For continuation play to the upside here. You have a runner left. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. I was in way too low to be able to manage a runner. I'm not managing anything from 150 properly, not by a long shot. So I just went ahead and covered all the position at basically a break even. I'm up $23 for the night. Yay. It's not even Starbucks money. Jerry, welcome back. How's it going, sir? Anything fun in your neck of the woods? Yeah, I do. I do have a girlfriend. A fiance. Girlfriend, fiance, I don't know, something like that. It's funny because I kept myself locked up in my apartment for about 3 years and had that issue in August of 2023. And I met Erica in October of 2023. Every day is amazing and good. That's my mindset from today. You know what, life is, to me, is life is always amazing. Even even when we have bad days and those type of things, right? I don't let a day define um my life, if that makes sense, right? And I don't think it's a positive mental attitude. I don't think positive mental attitude or anything like that. I don't think that that's what we should be shooting for, right? It's an alignment. It's a way of life. It's a way of being, and you don't heal or do a positive mental mindset to get into that state of being. It's much more of a natural flow state that comes from an internal state, not trying to create something that you're not. Yeah. Yeah. How about you? You got a wife? You married? Girlfriend? Vito and his runner. I'm sitting on my hands. You're trying to find one? Well, they're all over the place. Just be careful what you ask for. Oh, good times. Good times. Where's the high volume at? Right down here. Man, I don't know, Vito. I'm almost looking at a long around the 151.5. Am I nuts for even thinking of that possibility? My trading session today. Yeah, we can get into that real quick. Here, I'll show you. That's my trading session for the day. Revenue so 3 trades. It was really 2. I had 1 entry or 2 entries, and then I scaled out of my second entry. My first entry, I had an expense of $104 for long, and then I reversed and went short around the same area, up 1564.90, trading 4 micros. So it was a good trading day. Not too shabby. How about yours? How'd you do? And I entered after 10 o'clock too. So I had a really good entry point, around 9:58, 9:57, somewhere right around in there. Oh, my camera's in the way. Oh, I'm sorry. Here, I'll do this. I'll bring it back up and show you again, but I'll bring it up so you can see it. And there we go, right there. I guess for you it would be over here because you're on YouTube. Yeah. Yep, you're on the tube. So there it is right there, the 1564.90. Good job. Good job. Well done. Um, I entered the 1 long before the shorts, and then by the time the balance started happening in the market down here, I was already done for the day. So I didn't trade any of this at all. I got into part of this down move on this bar right here. Well, great job for you for catching the longs. You know, a lot of individuals that were long today, they got hammered. So great job being in your longs. I had my long position. That was an expense. So, you know, it happens. You know, this is why, I always say that there's as many ways to trade the market as there are people. And there's more ways to trade the market actually than there are people, because you could have 50 billion people and have 50 billion ways of trading the markets. We all see things a little bit differently. Yeah, right after you need your stream, the market reversal calls longs went up nicely. Yeah, they did. Yeah, exactly. And then not only did it go up nicely, but it came back down. It created a really nice range here, which for anybody watching this and trading this specifically, right? Just very, very nice trading in here. The rotational trading right through here, the up, and then the down, and then the up again, and then the down. Just beautiful. And then even here, right? When this bar closes up here like this, it doesn't quite come into the area. Don't try to don't try to force that, right? This line down in here, this was a low volume node, below value area low at one point in time, but value area low shifted when we started trading above that area. I just feel good when I say I enter with the big boys. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, whatever whatever helps you whatever helps you go to bed, sleep, wake up the next morning, and make you want to do it all over again. Right? All right, everyone. Well, I've been at this off and on all day. I've been up since 4:45. So, and I haven't had dinner yet. So I think I am going to call this a night. and be back tomorrow morning. Vito and I will discuss what we want to do moving forward and how we want to put that together, and we will keep everybody updated on that later. Until then, I am going to call it a night. I wish Vito was on now because I could just turn this over to him. You've been up since 4:30? Yeah. Absolutely. Jerry, thank you so much. I truly appreciate you. I truly appreciate all of your support. You've been here from almost day one, and just I can't express to you how much I truly do appreciate you. Vito, thank you so much for this evening. Thank you for bringing me back to live. I appreciate you. We will talk soon. Everybody else, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining. Thank you for all your support. And until next time, as always, be safe, be kind, and know that you're loved. Because I love you.